Good morning. Pre-market show for Monday, October the 7th. Actually, it's October the 9th. Sorry. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. It's always going to break up at the very beginning. Yeah, it's always breaking up at the very beginning. It's almost like when you know how you go to YouTube and you start watching a video and it looks really blurry, and then all of a sudden it gets crystal clear. I think that's what's happening with my voice at the beginning. Okay, guys. So, first of all, okay, thank you, William. You can hear me and you can see my screen. Great. So, of course, what happened over the weekend with Israel, Palestine, Hamas, and all that, XLE, oil prices have spiked quite a bit. So, there's XLE. There is the ETF for energy, XLE, moving higher. There's no point in my taking a look at all the different oil stocks, but you want to take a look at XLE. Now we do have some individual stocks, PRZO. The big day on Friday, it sell off. It got up to 143. It sold all the way back down to 116. That looked like it was over. They did have some news on Friday, and this is something to do with the Australian regulator approving the first commercial drone flights. That's rehash news. Any moment, guys. MTEK, MTEK. So this is another, so this is an Israeli company also, PRZO. MTEK is another Israeli company. And this is up 22%, lots and lots of volume. I'm trying to see what the news was. I see that they're going to be exhibiting, featuring its AI-based something or other, AI-based intelligent gathering, advanced video payload solutions. All right, so it's an AI play, MTEK, MTEK. ANAB, William, this might be up your alley here. ANAB to analyze. Soars as this is phase 3 too. Soars as skin disease treatment succeeds in late stage study. This is phase 3, ANAB through the 200-day moving average. So this is an interesting one. This MRTX is being bought out by Bristol Myers, but it is really dropping now. I say maybe they thought the buyout would be higher. I think the rumor was here the last 2 days. I think the rumor that was the rumor buyout. That's what happened on Thursday, and then Friday it held. This is the Thursday green candle. So they're acquiring them for $58 a share. Okay, so $58 a share. So I guess that's the reason. So it's a little bit below the buyout price. Why? Because you never know, something might happen before it actually gets bought out. as William pointed out, has halted because of news. This was already moving higher. has halted because of news. China airline sector stock. We just have to wait for this to open to see where it opens. And AONC. Don't see any specific reason for this. Yeah, it's down 12%. Pretty good volume. Low float, 3 million. I don't know why it's down. I can't see any news on it. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from last week to see if there's anything interesting, and the answer is no. So yeah, it's all about XLE today, guys, to see what happens with some of these oil stocks. I'm not really going to go over them. I mean, I see there's a couple of these little ones, Indo and HUSA, HUSA. Now, the trade of the week is uranium. Well, uranium play. Trade of the week is quadruple U. Suggested entry is 760. Typically, when I see that, yeah, 760. Typically, when I see that, I don't count the pre-market. Up to you, of course. And again, not too much action yet. Now we're starting earnings season. Now here's an earnings play right here, APLD. APLD is an earnings play right here. I mean, it's not bad. Yeah, up 8%. Actually, APLD might be interesting because when you look left on the daily chart, 647 is the next high, I believe. Actually, 565 is. So if I can get through 565, then the next high is around 650. Okay. But we'll start to get definitely this is the first week, but again, we have some major banks next week. The following 3 to 4 weeks, we'll have a lot of earnings plays. Let me see if I can find anything on the way down. Nope. And anything else on the way up? Nope. So anything, all I'm doing is I'm just looking at my earnings date column. If I see 0.25, that means they're released before the market opened today, and there's the APLD. All right, guys, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. See if there's anything interesting. Okay, this doesn't make sense to me. I have to look at this price for ARMK. All right, I guess okay, this is an upgrade. They're looking at 44. Jeffries has put a $44 price target. No, no, no. Okay, I'm reading this wrong. They had a price target of 44 before, and now they dropped it to 29. So I guess that's above the current 25. And that is the ARMK. All right, I'm going to look at some of these downgrades, see if there's anything interesting on the downgrade side. Actually, not much, not many on the downgrade side. B Dog, you guys are talking with B Dog. B Dog. See, this has been downgraded to 105 from by Bank of America from 123. Let's take a look at D Dog right now. D Dog. Well, okay. I mean, we're way below the downgrade price. So, guys, all that good work on the SPY that happened on Friday, we had the big resurgence in the SPY on Friday. We had a big down gap pre-market, and then the market just rebounded all day long. Looks like that is going to be wiped out today. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Again, I think I'm pretty safe in saying that every sector is going to be down except for energy. Energy probably is going to be 100%. There we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, and again, as I said, the market is going to start off weak, and every other sector is certainly well below 50%. So energy right now is the place to be. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything sneaking in here other than, say, an energy play. Yeah, no point looking at these cheap ones, in my opinion, anyway, on the downside. Yeah, guys, this is going to be a interesting day to say the least, to see what happens, especially with XLE, to see if there's, I'm sure there's going to be a fade. Well, I don't know for 100% for sure, of course, but this might be an overreaction, of course, but we'll see what happens. At least right now, it's not in jeopardy of losing the 200-day moving average. You see, the last 2 days, it was hovering right around the 200-day moving average. Friday actually got below it. And then, of course, we had that massive recovery all day Friday. Yeah, what a day. I mean, this was straight up all day, had really no pullbacks at all day long. On the SPY, that was the entire market just really ripping after. Now, if you weren't here on Friday, you remember, this is what happened in the pre-market. We had the job numbers that came out. The market reacted very poorly to the good job numbers, low unemployment. and they don't like that. They want high unemployment so that interest rates don't I mean, I'm making it very simpler than it is, but anyway, that was the reaction to the job numbers. And then that was 10 at 10:15. All of a sudden, boom, straight up. Free moment, guys. So here's a gold play, angle of gold. So I bet you gold, probably gold overall is probably topping a little bit. JLD, take a look at JLD. Yeah, so gold is up. Again, the market doesn't like any sort of turmoil. Yeah, Bitcoin is off quite a bit, isn't it? So maybe concentrate on this one, guys. It's the only earnings play that I can see. I'm sure there are some others, but this is the only one that I can see. APLD, and it's now above that high of 3 days ago, 565. So the next high is 647. So there is some room for this one to move. APLD. Really, a few days. What is the news? Oh, to announce a new development. Okay, there's the news. Whoa, no kidding. Request to suspend trading of until no later than October 13th, pending material announcement. Phew, that's not good. Imagine you bought this here, thinking, all right, because this one has been a kind of a fun trader in the past. Let's take a look at this PRZO and see where could it keep going. This is quite a surprise, in my opinion. I mean, the way it traded on Friday. So let's see. The next high looking left is 220, 238 on the weekly chart. And then after that, 245. So get through these areas. Then you've got the next highs around 4. So a lot of volume already pouring in. 22 million shares have traded already for PRZO. It has about 6 million in the float, guys. I know we have no float information, but the float is about 6 million, according to another website I'm looking at. So it's a low float situation, and that is for the PRZO. Yeah, market's attempting a bit of a comeback. Big area for it to try to take out would be I guess, the high in the pre-market, and it's getting close to that. So I'm going to put an alert right there, 427.62 for the SPY, and see if it takes that out. You can see we've got about 3 topping tails right there. Takes that out. That might, as you said, might be just a big knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, it's our Thanksgiving, isn't it? Well, depends what website you look at, I guess. Okay, regarding tough guy, regarding this website here, which I think is pretty good, Dilution Tracker. So they've got 5.95 million float and outstanding shares. So they're saying the float and the outstanding shares are the same. But whatever it is, it's going to be low. And the SPY just took that out. The SPY just took that out. Okay, guys. Well, you can see we only have 4. We only have 4 that are over 10% up so far in the pre-market, and only have 4 down 10% in the pre-market. So not a lot of action. Okay, not that much action at all. See if there's anything down here that a lot of volume. Just and I'm not seeing it. So the D dog, yeah, I mean the D dog. So the next low looking left is 87.34, 87.43 or so for D dog. Yeah, I'm just obviously just going to wait for the market open to see if anything comes in that's we haven't seen in the pre-market. I'm just not seeing anything that interesting right now for me. I'll, of course, concentrate on my 10-day daily breakouts and downs, the option activity scanner, and the daily reversal. Those are the 3 scans that I'll be paying all sorts of attention to today. Down dog is definitely a William, what did you come up? Did you come up with anything with the ANAB? I mean, it looks like it's really. I mean, this is fit, but it's just giving it up. I mean, it hit a high of 25.02 in the pre-market. It's all the way back down to 20. So there's a $5 drop. I mean, it looked pretty interesting. It's phase three, but market doesn't care. Well, the reason I was sort of interested in it is because at the $23 level, it looked like it had enough room to maybe go to the 27 level. Ah, Mara. So this is, of course, with Bitcoin sinking, so is Mara again, MARA. You've jumped the gum. You've jumped the gun a little bit, Curie. I still have a minute and a half to the open. Okay, Curie, you're on. It's now a minute to the open. Well, guys, when this opens, let's have a good trading week. Let's have a great start to the trading week anyway. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to mention this IONQ. I have it on my list here. Yeah, IONQ. I couldn't see any reason why it's down like this, though. All right, guys, we're now open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes to try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, thank you, William. Well, this one's on the move here, guys. PAV, obviously an EV player. PEV, didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Didn't do any trading in the pre-market. PEV on the move here. PEV. Good to hear, David. I don't look at the swing picks at all, so Hey guys, wow, here's our earnings play. APLD ripped here. Next high looking left is 646 or so. 647 is the next high looking left. APLD. It's the only earnings play that I could find today. I'm not saying there aren't any others. I'm just saying it's the only one that met all the filter requirements. This is a little earnings or energy play. Remember this one, IMPP. This has done some crazy things in the past. So with the spike in oil prices, it's sort of predictable. Look at Delta. Delta, well, just look at jets. You don't have to look at specifically Delta, DAL. Just look at jets, the ETF for the energy, for the airline industry. Look at that. Speaking of airlines, Love just hitting the 10-day daily breakdown. LUV hitting the 10-day daily breakdown. Looks just like jets. So there's BMY guys. So they're the ones taking over or buying MRTX. And so they're spiking now. They're starting to spike on that news. FRO, which was really crazy on Thursday and Friday. So FRO is starting to move again, guys. Okay, guys, let's take a look at XLE to see what sort of action we've had right off the bat for XLE. So we do have a bottoming tail and popping right back up. Again, this is the ETF for main ETF for energy. TTI, guys, this is over the whole number. Let's see what sort of room it has. TTI, little bit of room. 637 is the next high looking left for TTI. China stock. What is China doing actually? Let's take a look at KWEB just in general. What is China doing? KWEB. Not good. Not terrible, but not certainly not moving. So TTI running counter to the rest of the China market. FBYD must be under 20,000 shares. FBYD. I'm not seeing it on my halts. Yeah, it's under 20,000 shares, so it's not showing up here, but you're right, it is halted. US oil, US oil. Well, this has gone negative. I mean, this has actually gone negative now. This meaning ANAB has actually gone negative. So, boy, it's hard to understand these, isn't it? Bio phase 3 results published seem to be really good news. Maybe the market in this is just so little that it doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, ANAB has gone negative. All right, guys, keep an eye maybe on HASI, HASI. The next high looking left is 1532. If it can get through 1532, then the next high is 1684. So this has got some room, guys. This HASI, HASI, if it takes out 1532, which is very close to, and I'm not saying even if it does, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1684, but it would have some room to run before it hit the next high. Well, airliners down, oil stocks up. Yeah, FinFan forever. Your thinking is that William is shorting a company that he doesn't think is good. I don't think it's got anything to do with it. It's just looking at a chart. Wow, but look at Palantir. Though, look at Palantir. Wow, PLTR. Wow, that's a big, big spike, guys. That float, 1.8 million in the float. Next high looking left is 1749. Oh, he's long. Oh, HASI, guys, HASI on the move here. So it took out that high. Now the next high looking left is 1684. And I'm not saying it's getting there. AMC on the move. AMC on the move. Lots of volume coming in. A high on Friday, approaching it, 940. Actually, it's a little bit above the high on Friday, 943. That's probably one of the biggest 15-minute candles I've seen for Palantir, PLTR, ever. You know, it takes a bunch to move a stock like this because of the float, 1.8 billion in the float. So to go from 16, basically a dollar move. Yeah, you might be right. Look at this. Market is definitely having a nice rebound now. So the Dow is down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is down a little. Again, some of these resource stocks are still moving higher. If you're going to buy a resource stock, though, keep an eye on the XLE. It's very choppy, though. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail for XLE. Is there any news on this Hassie? So JP Morgan cut the target to 37 from 45. Well, still way above the current price. All right, so we've got our first one in the abnormal activity for options, abnormal option activity today. This is the FRO. Weight Watchers, or WW International, excuse me, not Weight Watchers, WW International. The next high looking left is 1158. If it can take that out, the next high is, well, it's got some room. We can take out that high. 1150, 1156 is the next high looking left for WW. And if it takes that out, then look at the daily chart. The next high is 1238. So it's got some room. Meanwhile, the China EV players are just getting hit here. So there's XPAV. It was already down a lot in the pre-market, more so than just the overall China market. So there's XPAV, and the next low looking left for XPAV is around 1610. Let's take a look at LI, see if they're all moving down similarly. Yeah, they're all well, now let's take a look at NIO, LI, XPEV, and NIO typically all trade the same way. Yeah, so they're all these China EV players are moving down. All right, guys, 9:47. So we're 15 minutes in. As I say, I don't like to trade in the first 15. So see if I can find anything of interest for me and anybody else. Actually, I'm pretty interested to see what sort of daily reversal, what we get in the daily reversal scan. Nothing so far. Again, what the daily reversal scan looks for is a stock that was up big the day before and then down big today, or the reverse, down big the day before and up big today. Nothing showing up yet. I don't think there were shorts available for me for PRZO. Another one that really didn't trade much in the pre-market is a BDTX. And the next high looking left looks too close to 3 for me, but definitely on the move. Frontline confirms a deal to end the deadlock over Uranav, buys 24 tankers for $2.35 billion. Goods, good morning. Maybe keep an eye on this one, guys. Is Mondelez, MDLZ, had a low on Friday of 61.14 or so. It looks like it's weakening again. Good volume, pretty good volume, 1 million shares. It's a huge float, 1.36 billion in the float. Okay, Krusty, good morning. All right, easy come, easy go. Look at the APLD now. My goodness, look at this. I mean, this is the earnings play. Looked pretty good at the beginning. Now it's actually gone negative. Wow. Think trading is hard? Boy, I mean, this looked really interesting. It's one of the only earnings plays that I saw. It looked really good. It looked like it was going to challenge the highs over here. This is why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Never had a 30-day trial offer. Okay, never had one. So what we do have coming up in less than a month now is what we call our test drive. So you'll get for $11.11, you'll have access to 10 days of our premium service. We never had a 30-day trial offer. Well, I shouldn't say never. I mean, maybe if you look years and years and years ago, it's possible, but no, not since I've been with this company. Not a 30-day. We used to have a demo that was 15 minutes delayed, and we stopped that a long time ago. But as far as a 30-day, not that I can recall. Anyway, oh, the demo, yeah. Okay, so the demo was 15-minute delayed. Yeah, we stopped that quite a while ago. What you can do, I mean, this is not quite the same. Give me a moment. This is our new homepage with something called Market Scope. You can take a look at that, and that is on a 15-minute delay. Okay, Market Scope. So you can sign up for the test drive right here. Anybody else? The test drive is scheduled to start November the 6th and run for 10 trading days. Okay. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. You give us your email and sign up, and then about I don't know if it's a week or two before the test drive starts, you'll get an email saying, okay, here's what you do. Here's how you pay for it. Here's when it's going to start. All the particulars. Okay. So when you do this, you're not signing up for the test drive specifically. You're just saying, okay, we'll notify you exactly when it's going to start, and it should be starting November the 6th and run for 10 trading days for $11.11. All right, what's this one doing? XL, EXEL, EXEL. Shoot, just wish there was more room looking left underneath this. I'd love to short this one, but looks like 21.29 could hold it. Maybe that is the next low. Okay, INMD now showing up on the abnormal option. So, and the trigger was 27.10, so it's just a little bit underneath that. 27.10, just a little bit underneath that. Oh boy, this has been almost free fall since when it was up at almost $50 back here the week of July 24th. The week of July 24th, it's almost been cut in half, almost. All right, take a look at this one. I'm going to look left on it to see where is the next low looking left. Looks like 2610 on the monthly chart is the next low looking left for INMD. Lots and lots of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers anyway, almost 2 million. Ooh, another one on the way down here, guys. P-E-R-I. Let's take a look left where the next low is on the weekly chart anyway. So it looks like it's below that. So 2476. So there is some room underneath for PERI. A lot of room. Not quite $4 to the next low. And that is PERI. Another Israeli stock. Well, I'm looking to go the other way, William, but let's see. On the INMD. Boy, look at this APLD. I mean, not only look at this, guys. You talk about crazy action. This is an earnings play. APLD look really good pre-market. Market open, started to soar, and look at this. Look at the sell-off for APLD. All right, moment of truth for me. I don't know if you're still in this INMD, William. Well, I hope you are. It's nice move, nice bounce, nice bounce. Oh, I see why you guys are talking about lack. Yeah, this is a daily reversal now, guys. But the problem is, for me anyway, could be coming into some support around 10. Could be. You look at the two. Look at Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday's candles. They're right around 10. Hello. Wow. Well, this not only is this moving down, this is actually showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown now. That's the APLD. Strange trading. And yeah, I did not take it. Wow, 493 also. 493 on the 10-day daily breakdown. That was a suggestion. And look at the room underneath. Oh man, 287 on the weekly. All right, so for the INMD, what I'm going to do is put an alert down here around 2685 or so, see if it gets back down there again. Definitely had a nice pop from the low down here, 2673. It definitely had a nice comeback, but I want to see if this takes it out again underneath 27 and maybe look to short it there, approximately there anyway. Oh, good luck, Goods. I mean, this is quite an erratic trader today. APLD. I don't think I've seen this one before. MPTI. MPTI. This is an all-time high now for MPTI. Not sure I've ever seen this one before. Don't think it's made my list. Any scan. It doesn't trade very much. That's why. 116,000 shares. That's 158 times normal up to this time of day. So that's the reason I've never seen this one before. MPTI. Wow, airlines continue to move down, guys. Pick an airline, any airline, Delta, Love, UAL, probably I'm sure American, AAL. Oh, American. Okay, maybe the PRZO is going to have a bounce here, guys. I mean, it's had a bounce already, but let's see if it can have some kind of a sustained bounce. PRZO got all the way back down to 178, over $2 now again. The pre-market high was around 231. Remember this one from Friday? Yeah, Mobileye. So through the 200-day moving average, MBLY. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 37.61, so it's getting close to that. MBLY. So what I'm looking for on my daily reversal, though, I wanted more room. So if I'm going to short this one, LAC, I wanted to see way more room underneath where it could keep going until it hit the next lows. And it became an unattractive one to look at to short for me anyway. Looks like a good exit for you on the INMD, William. All right. Now let's see if this has some legs down. So of course, this is another Israeli stock, guys. So obviously the Israeli stocks are in play today with what's happening over there. So looking for a super cheapy CYBN, CYBN. Next high looking left is 72 cents or so. With this VALY, I watched this on Thursday and Friday to see if we could take out 10. It tried a couple of times. BALY. This is a all-time low again for BALY right now. It just the 10 seem to want to hold it. Will today be the day it breaks through? Again, guys, I'm looking at this POWW. I mean, it looks great on the daily today. I just looked left though, and there are some areas where it could stall. Looking at these highs looking left. So what I'm really looking for, if I want to take a trade, is if I want to go long something, I want to be able to look left on a daily chart and see a lot of room on a percentage basis. For instance, if the next high looking left was 242 from 211, that would have been awesome. But I just see these little areas where it could stall along the way, so it just keeps me out of the trade. Doesn't mean any of these little areas are going to stall it for sure, of course, but that's just the way I trade. Meanwhile, PRZO, I think just made a high. PRZO, I think just made a high. 249 was the high. Well, guys, I tell you, if this takes out this 245 again, look what it got to. It got up to 248 on the weekly. The next high in the weekly was 245, 238. This little area right there. If it takes that out, I'm going to put an alert around 246 because the high is up here. The all-time high, I guess, is 416. So AMSC, American Superconductor, is weakening. It looks like the next low looking left, 626 and then 575. So I don't know. There is some room, I suppose, but not enough for me to want to take the trade on the short. All right, guys, INMD. All right, I'm in this short of INMD now. See if it gets anywhere close to that whole number. I'm out. I think ZM has had a recovery. So look at some choppy action, guys. Zoom, look at this. It got down to 63.51. Tacked on a couple of dollars from there. ZM. Okay, let's see if it can have any leg down at all. 26. I'm going to put an alert 26. This is probably just because it's been so erratic. I don't know how long I'm going to hold this. INMD. All right. Well, come on, get into the 60s for me on the 20 on the INMD. So again, this originally came on my 10-day daily breakdown at 2706. I did not take it there. Watch it move down, then it popped up over 27, and then I said if it gets back into the 80s, I'd probably take that short. Now we're starting to see just I'm looking maybe to get into the 60s. You can see, I mean, these are the Israeli stocks, guys, TSEM, INMD, showing up on the my 10-day daily breakdown. Netflix on the watch, okay? NFLX. Conagra, CAG, had a nice comeback. All right, we got into the 60s for the INMD. Okay, I'm just watching it right here, guys. The INMD. All right. Okay, I've covered some in the mid 50s. Okay, I've just covered some in the mid 50s for the INMD. Mid 50s, obviously, I mean 55 cents. I was looking for it to get into the 60s, and it did, and now it got into the 50s. But it did have the pop up, and it's Israeli stock, so it could be pretty erratic. I don't think it has any specific news for it other than the fact that it's an Israeli stock. Well, PRZO, I know it's Parazero, but PRZO now at these highs right here on the weekly chart. Okay, so this is I guess this was an IPO. I'm going to say it was an IPO, and this is an Israeli stock. So this one is going to counter. Develops drone technology. Okay, yeah, we had that news on Friday. All right. Well, there you go. So I'm out completely of the INMD. Sort of afraid of, it's just a little too emotional. There's no specific news for it other than the fact that it's an Israeli stock, and of course with what is happening over there. Not this one. I'm not talking about the PRZO. I'm talking about the INMD. Yeah, no, yeah, we know Shaw, yeah. We do know what's going on over in that neck of the woods, unfortunately. What was that Israeli, was it KTOS? No, no, I thought it was, okay, this is a defense stock. For some reason, I thought this was something to do with Israel, but nope, KTOS, no. I do remember Mags. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just looking at some internal discussions we're having. Um, okay, E. What's happening with E here? A little bit of room to 32, 35 cents or so to 32. Boy, look at that reversal for INMD. That's why I was very, had to concentrate on that a lot. Did not want, I mean, look at that reversal, 26.47, right back up to 27.19. Give me one moment, guys. I've got some sound alert going off and I don't know where it's coming from. So what I have to do is take a look at all my windows, open them all. I have some of them minimized, so show all my windows and see if it's actually not that one. Hmm. So people, when you ask me what about Palantir, yeah, I know it's on the market scope. I mean, it's had a great run so far. It had some news, but if you're asking me, should you buy it now? I mean, it has to meet your trading style and plan and all that. I mean, it had some pullbacks here. I don't know. 1722 is the VWAP. I mean, this is a lot in the float. It's a tremendous move for that float. 1.8 billion in the float. That is a great move. The next high looking left is 1841. So I mean, it has room, but we're not, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1841, but it certainly has room to move before it hits the next high in the daily. The volume is still pretty good. So we've had two big reversals today that have surprised me a little bit. Anyway, the ANAB had phase 3 results, popped way up here to $25 in the pre-market, looked pretty good. Market opens, it's actually gone negative in a big way. And then the other one was the APLD, which was an earnings play. Almost looks the same. Big spike up. This is the pre-market action, so it was up in the pre-market. Big spike up when the market opened, and then it is trying to recover a little bit here. APLD. This is an earnings play. But the ANAB. It must be that whatever drug they've got, or the skin disease drug, maybe there's just not a big market for it, and it's phase 3. I mean, the next low looking left, I think. Yeah, I mean, the next low looking left on the daily chart is 1786. I mean, there's room underneath still. Got to be something wrong because that doesn't make sense to me. $25 down to 1850, and seemingly pretty good news. So it must be something about it might be just a puny market or something. It's a low float also, 23 million in the float. So I mean, that's why it can do something like this. Wow, all-time low now for this one, ASTS guys. ASTS all-time low. Lots and lots of shares available. 1.8 million to short at Interactive Brokers. ASTS all-time low. Or yeah, as William's saying, or maybe there's a lot of competition in that space, in that maybe it's a very specific market and a lot of competition for A and AB. All right, this one's got a little bit of room. Okay, the USAC has a little bit of room. The next high looking left on the daily is 2641. When I say that, I'm just looking left to see where it could go until it gets. This one is coming back. MRTX, okay, trying to come back. They're being bought out by Bristol Myers, BMY. I think the buyout price was 58. Could see another bidder emerge. So this is not okay. So this is the reason for the drop. I'm pretty sure it was $58. Yeah, $58 a share. Okay, so that is what the but these guys, Lyric is suggesting there could be another bidder come in. That could come in. Oil play guys, Oxy. Look at Oxy. Wow, what I mean, probably see most of the oil companies are going to be doing something like this, taking out well, I don't know, taking out the 200-day moving average, but there's Oxy. Yeah, I see Riven on the way down here. RIVN. Another one underneath the 200-day moving average. Next low looking left was Friday's low, which is about 1765. All right, guys. Oxy on the move, still on the move. OXY still on the move. The next high is around $1 away, 65.07. So yeah, about $1 away for Oxy. MRTX guys. Shoot, I was just going to take that one. MRTX. I just took my eye off it a second and it's now starting to move. MRTX. Look at this. Another Israeli stock just got hammered down here. Oh, man, I wish this one had more room. Look at this KOS. 768, you look left and the next high is 776. If it takes that out, the next highs are way up here at 825. I just wish that wasn't there. Yeah, MRTX are short-lived. Not seeing too much in the way of great trends for the ones I'm looking at, guys. Okay, great trends. In other words, either lots of nice green candles up or lots of nice red candles down without too much whip. I'm sure there are some, but not what I'm looking at. Or if there are, then when I look left, by the time I see it, I just think there might be too much either resistance if I want to go long or support if I want to go short. All right, guys, I'm really intrigued with this ANAB. I mean, the next low looking left is way down here at 1784. I mean, it's just sold off horribly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, PRZO flushed down, but little bottoming tail. I mean, this has been really, really erratic. There's the VWAP 212. So it's, it's around the VWAP area right now. Now, there's a pretty big drop for Palantir, guys. PLTR. Look at the high of 1783, 1733 now, and dropping. All right, guys, 1040. So usually I do this around 1030, but I'll do it right now. Talk about what you can find on my homepage. For me, just a lot of choppy action today, guys. A lot of very choppy action. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to have an annual, I can give you a better discount of 25%. You just have to let me know. Just post something in one of the two rooms and let me know if that's what you want. I can get you a better discount. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. First thing you have to do, 10 short videos, runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login. introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, etc. Okay, you must do that first. If you're new to trading, here's a series of videos you can take a look at. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, so you can take a look at this. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that, free of course. Trade of the week, I haven't even looked. How is the trade of the week doing? Was quadruple U? I think the trigger was 760. Yeah, so it did trigger. So obviously, and it's dropped a lot now. So I don't know what the stop is. Was it 7? Trade Ideas education section is right here. Click on the user guide. So there's a getting started again. Alert windows and top list window, a lot more in depth about what they both are. You want to learn about stock racing and price alerts. Price alerts. I'll demonstrate how to use price alerts. I think it's probably one of the most underutilized aspect of Trade Ideas. So simple to do. The Getting Started series again. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's, I was going to say Thursday. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that. By the way, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., sharing my screen and live on the mic. Last, if you're looking for my scans that I am sharing, here they are. So you just click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit. There's the middle section is the scan section. This is what I use. These two are what I use in the pre-market. This gives me my gappers up, pre-market actives up and down, the gaps up, the gap ups and gap downs in the pre-market. Pay attention to them, of course, to see whether or not once the market opens, there's some follow through either on the upside or the downside. Halts resumes is over here. Hardly any. Usually a pretty active little scanner. There is the abnormal option activity right here. There is the momentum scan right here. I am sharing some other scans so you can't see my other monitors. These are the ones I really like. Also, the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. Notice you don't get too many alerts. And the option activity, again, notice not too many alerts. You'll see the same stock over and over if it keeps making new highs or new lows, but only 4 stocks have been alerted today in that one, and only one on the daily reversal, and nothing really to speak to is nothing really to see there, to be honest. So yeah, so if you want to take out a subscription, this is all I ask, okay? This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. The only way we can keep it that way, if people, once they want to take out a subscription, whenever that is, today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, if you use my promo code, okay, then the company knows that the trading room is working. Obviously, it's a free room. We use it for marketing, but you know what? There is a cost associated to keeping this room free. So the best way to help the room is to take out, if you are going to take out a subscription, just use my promo code. You can save my homepage link, and then you come in here, and whatever promo code you see right now, that is the one that's active. Now, if you take a look at one of my scans, let's say you wanted the Momo scan, all right? So if I right click on it, this is going to tell you what it's looking for. So in this particular scan, this is these icons that you see here. These are our filters or screeners. A lot of screening programs out there that you can buy, but we are excellent at real-time alerting. So I'll explain that. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. The volume in the last, this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is it's 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So in this particular scan, the last time all those filter values were met and a stock made a new high for the day was at 10:40. The time is 10:47 right now. So in the last 7 minutes, nothing has happened. That was the last one, POWW, that met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So again, if you like this scan, but maybe you wanted to make a change, maybe that price range isn't what you like, you can change it, of course. So you have two options. You can keep it exactly the way that as I have it, or if I left click on that icon, this brings up all the values that I'm using in the filters. And I could always change that price is right there at 1 and 100. I can always change it to say 10 and 100. See, and now it's changed to 10 and 100. Then you say, okay. And now what I'm really trying to show you is that you can take my scan either as it is or make some changes if you want to. Now, of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. Now, when you see these are the real-time alert icons, new highs and new lows for the day right at the top. But as you can see, I can scroll down. We have a lot of real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. You might want to kind of scroll through to see what we've got. And if something piques your interest, fine. But you don't have to learn them all. Okay. I think it's a common question. How am I going to learn your program? There's so many alerts and filters. You don't have to learn them all. As a subscriber, you can get any of the scans from my homepage. Yes. Yes. That's why I'm sharing them. You can get any one of the scans that you see here. I mean, I do have the single stock window. It's not a scan, but it's more information. The information I like to see, you can customize it, of course. But yeah, these two scans I'm sharing. I'm also sharing these two scans, the daily breakout and the breakdown, and I'm sharing the daily reversal. Okay, and I'm sharing other scans. I don't have those scans up and running, but you might want to see a gap up or continuation scan. So let me show you again. So if you click on my homepage link, so any scan you see here, I'm sharing. Okay, anything that you see here, I am sharing. And all you need for this is our standard service. You don't need our premium service. You just need our standard service for this. So did INMD? Let me see if INMD. I can tell you in a instant. Yeah. So INMD definitely showed up in would have showed up in my it would have showed up in my pre-market. This one right here. These are basically gappers. Okay. So if you look at my homepage link again, and you look at the pre-market actives up and down, INMD would have shown up. Okay. These are basically gappers up and gappers down. And of course, I'm sharing them. What other oil? Oh, and welcome, Rob. Rob Indy. Welcome to the program. What other ones? Well, here's what you are you new to trading also? So this is the ETF for the main ETF for the energy sector. Now you can see it's putting in a red bar here. Okay. Now let's take a look at Oxy just for fun to see if it's mirroring it. And the answer is yes. So if you're probably there are so many oil stocks that are doing this. Okay. So, but you've got to, in my opinion, if you're going to play an oil play, you really should have this up and running also to make sure you're not trying to run counter to what its sector is doing. So even though Oxy is still good, but Oxy's putting in a red bar also. But if you want to find other, if I go to our channel bar, doc channel bar, and then click on show more, and then I'm going to click on sector status. These are the major sectors. So these are the stocks that make up the XLE. So there's Marathon as an example. I mean, you could just take your pick. I mean, most of the stocks are probably going to look something like this with a red bar now, because the XLE had a red bar. DVN. I'm sure they're all going to kind of look like this. So it's not a. So really, what you want if there was one, I'm just looking to see if there's anything that there's Exxon. See, they're all kind of looking like this. They're just basically, well, it makes sense because XLE is made up of all these stocks, so it makes sense that most of these stocks are going to look like this. Are you new to trading also, Rob? 2 years? Okay, so you're not new. Yeah, they're all kind of looking like this. Now, there could be some stocks, oil stocks, energy stocks that aren't in XLE, maybe smaller ones that are maybe moving a little bit better, but I don't have anything like that right off the top of my head. I'm not a big energy player just because of what you just saw there. I'd rather see the ones I like are the ones that don't really care what the market's doing so much or its sector is doing, because you have to pay a lot of attention to what the market's doing and what the sector is doing. I'd rather see stocks that are kind of more or less what we call alpha stocks. They're more or less trading on their own, not caring so much about what the overall market's doing or even their sector is doing. So consequently, I don't really trade a lot of energy stocks or gold stocks just because for me, they're just too tied into their sector. Are you talking about that layout that had all the different sectors, Randy? Or sorry, Rob? Okay, so if you go now, assuming you're using our downloadable application, not the web-based version, might be the same in the web, but I'm not sure. But I only use like the downloadable application. So if I click on New from the toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, okay, these are all theme-based channels. They all have scans in them. They're all theme-based. I clicked on the Show More down here, and when I do that, scroll down a little bit, and here's the sector status. And when I click on sector status, this layout appears. of the major sectors. So you could do something like this. Look at consumer staples as an example. 75% of the stocks that make up consumer staples are down. But look at Conagra, CAG, it's up. So it is trading counter. It's trading actually counter to the to its sector as an example. Let's scroll down to energy. Okay, there's VLO. You know, it is trading at most of the energy stocks are up, but VLO, for whatever reason, is trading down. It's actually negative for the day. You know, so I don't do this, but you can kind of look at this and say, okay, let's find a stock. You know, if you have a strong sector or a weak sector, let's find a stock that is running counter to its sector. Maybe there's a reason for it. So in other words, a beaten down sector, you might find one stock in the sector that is really moving higher for whatever reason. Could be an earnings play, could have some specific news for it. Now, let's see how the market moved. So the market is now starting to give it up. So we had an hour straight up from 9 o'clock. We had an hour straight up. Looked pretty good. Looked like a market recovery in action, but now we're moving down. So we're in that choppy sort of a phase of the day. Well, this is interesting. Maybe. Yeah, so this will have a little bit of room. So you can see this is Conagra, CAG. You can see that last week's high was 27.38. It's getting right into that high, trying to anyway. And then on the weekly chart, the next high is 28.72. So it would have some room if we could take out that last week's high on the weekly chart. Would have some room to keep moving. So I was going to demonstrate how you use our price alerts. Super simple. So let's say right there is 27.33. Let's say I want to put a price alert just a little bit above that. So let's go to 27. Actually, you know what? On this weekly chart, on the weekly chart looks better, but the daily chart doesn't look as good. You can see exactly this is kind of because if you look left, you see all these little areas where it could stall moving higher. So I'll just show you how you can do it. I'm going to put an alert at 27.37. All you do is just move your mouse and there's a dotted line that should follow. If you're going to eyeball it, you just put it where you want, left click, create the price alert. If that's the price you want, 27.48 in this particular case, of course, you could type the exact price if that's not it and just say save it. And a blue line will appear on the chart. So if it hits that price alert, it's going to pop up on my window. Now look at well, Conagra. So I hope it pops up. You're going to see what I'm talking about. Well, you know, this Pow kept going. POWW. Well, let's just put a price alert at that high. If it takes it out. So if it takes it out, that blue line you see on the daily chart and on the weekly, and you can't see it on the 15 because it's above it's out of the range here. But that blue line will turn green. All right, guys, time is 11:03. Just kind of a boring day for me, guys, really. This is not a day in which I'm too excited about doing anything. I mean, there's just really, for me, I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? And it moved higher, great, or moved lower, great. It's just not showing up on my scans. That's all. Okay, so this just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, the ACXP. This really didn't do anything in the pre-market. Look at the pre-market activity. It was not, wasn't up or down any significant percentage. There was the where it closed on Friday, but when the market opened, it started to move. ACXP problem I've got again, like virtually everything that I'm seeing, is coming into potential resistance. So I just can't take the trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to pop right through all that, but it's just not my trading style or plan. So I cannot do it. I got to hold out for something that has some room when I look left. It could keep running until it hit that next high. All right, I on the way down, guys. I on the way down. EYE is on the way down. Look at this downward trend for EWEYE. Well, maybe what I have to start doing is paying a little more attention to where these stocks are in relation to the VWAP, etc. Canadian holiday could be the reason. I doubt it, Shaw. And by the way, yeah, welcome, fellow Canadians, if you're in the room. Today is our Thanksgiving. All right, so here's a little energy play. But I mean, it's pretty. Look at that red bar. Look at that red bar. TALO, another energy play. Let's see what XLE is doing. Okay, so look at XLE, guys. So there's that red bar, and now we're getting a green bar. So if you want an energy play right now, as we speak, you're going to be on the right side. See what happened. See, I was hoping we get some kind of a price alert. So you see, I had a price alert for Foot Locker, I guess. Well, not I guess, I know I had one. Um, put it on the 6th, October the 6th. So you see what happened when it triggered, my price alert window pops up on my screen. That's because I minimize it. Okay, don't have to have it up on. You don't have to have it. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space. You just minimize it, and when you get a price alert, it'll pop up in your screen. I like to sort on the trigger time column, so I'll see the latest one right at the top. I can also put a sound alert on it, so I'll never miss it. So let's take a look at Foot Locker. Why did I have a price alert? Let's take a look. Ah, that's why. So you see the high over here it was 2014. So just it was basically at that high, maybe trying to fill in this little bit of a void here. Not a little bit, it's a big void. Foot Locker got hammered down on earnings. This was an earnings play, I believe. Same as yours, Draw. We just don't go into it in quite the same enthusiasm as you guys. All right, guys. So there's the POW. You see the POW, POWW. Another, okay. See how it popped up on my screen? You can't miss it. Now, just because when I get a price alert doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. It just means that, okay, it's come to a, now this is more of a demonstration, but it is hitting a certain price where, because sometimes I put a price alert several days ago and I've forgotten completely about it. And then all of a sudden it pops up. And I think, okay, I have to figure out, okay, why did I put that price alert? Usually it's pretty evident when I look at my chart. AEHR, okay. Seeing that one, I think on Friday or last week somewhere, sometime. AEHR. Oh yeah, big down day. So I can't remember why this moved down on Friday the way it did. Oh, look at Powell again, guys. Next low looking left is around 32.50 on the weekly chart anyway. I just can't remember what happened to this one on Friday. What was the reason? I guess maybe if I look at the news, except most of this is in foreign, so Well, earnings October 5th, but that was October 5th. This is not, oh, you're right. Sorry, October 5th. There you go. So the earnings were bad. Yeah, you're right. So that's the main, I guess that's the main reason. And now continuation down. Again, the next low looking left is 30 around 32. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this one is very wild. This PRZO right back up, guys. Almost right back up. But the VWAP you meant, Jeffro, right? Yeah. So over the VWAP. But for me, I mean, this is it's very, very choppy. In order to make money on something like this, you have to take a few shares, right? And where are you going to put your stop on something that is this kind of whippy? You have to have a wide enough stop. So you have a wide enough stop. That means your risk reward is in jeopardy, in my opinion. You had a 20-cent stop on this, just for argument's sake, a 20-cent stop. That means you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. One for two, risking 20 to make 40. Now, is it reasonable to think you can make 40 cents on the trade? I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just way too volatile. Well, let's take a look at Palantir, guys. PLTR. Let's see if it has any interesting level that it's pulling back into. So far, anyway, it is below the VWAP. 1723 is the VWAP, so it broke down through the VWAP. So I'm not sure. So I would call that's a break at the VWAP right now. Well, I agree. It's had some great moves, but just where would you put your stop? You know, with these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, you're right. It's had some nice 40-cent moves, but Hello. I mean, but again, it's so tied into. I like it. I mean, I would like this a lot. I mean, it's got room. Look at Tallow. It's got room. 1650. Next high looking left on the daily chart through the 200-day moving average. Got a lot going for it, but it's so tied into what XLE, what energy is doing. So, but you can see. I mean, this is how. If you were here on Friday, I mean, this was way more active, guys. I've said this before that if I the only reason I have this momentum scan up is, is to keep it not so boring in the room. Otherwise, I wouldn't have very much to talk about because this is all I really want to pay attention to. The the daily reversals, abnormal option activity, and the breakouts and breakdowns. But we've only had 1, 5, 7, 12 total different stocks all day in these. Okay. And so to me, that's just telling me that in my scans, just not producing very much on a day like today. Let me just talk a little bit about the abnormal option activity scan. Just give me a moment, please. So what it's looking for, obviously as an intraday trader, I only want to see things that are moving abnormally. Okay. Yeah, and obviously it's usually about the volume, abnormal volume. A stock that normally trades a million shares a day, all of a sudden it's trading 10 million shares today. I want to know about it. So we have a relative volume filter that kind of helps us see stocks like that are trading abnormal just on pure volume. This is just, I call it a companion to it. I'm also looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So if I look at POWW as an example, well, you can see that it's traded 1,466 contracts a day, total of puts and calls. That represents 5.7, 5.7 times normal. Normal meaning, what did it do on average over the last 10 days? Okay. So this just helps me find, I'm not trading the options. It just helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally by also looking at their option activity. So we don't scan for options as such, but again, it just helps me, zero in on those stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. In this scan here, anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long, and if it's in brown, a suggestion to go short. Okay, just suggestions, ideas. So you see, Katos just showed up. Speaking about that one earlier, thinking it was an Israeli defense stock, but it is not. But it is a defense stock. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 1664. It's got 30 cents, I guess, that it could get to before it stalled. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right. Well, let's take a look at Kate. Oh, again, we just looked at it, KTOS. So, I mean, it's got some room. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's enough for people. All depends on where you put your stop. I mean, if you thought KTOS, I mean, the expectation before we hit the next high is 30 cents away. Okay. So that means to get a 1 for 2 with a reasonable expectation of maybe getting up to there, you have to put about a 15-cent stop. 15-cent stop. I guess that's not out of the low of that 15-minute candle. That's about a 15-cent stop. Remember, because I'm always looking to make at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk 15 cents, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 30. This is about 30 cents away. Okay. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but at least, it has in theory, it has a chance to get up to this area before it stalls. Rather see it up here as the next high, 1732, but all right, I'm going to take a look at this INMD. It's sort of settling down a little bit. INMD, I think it's coming into the VWAP 2716. Yeah, 2716. So let's see if this can. I mean, the trend is up. You see the making lower highs. Did I say that? Higher lows, making higher lows, bottoming tails. So the trend is sort of up. Israeli stock. But I'm really grasping at straws or something like this because even if it moved, to me, it looks like there could be a lot of resistance around 27, 26, the highs of all those 350-minute candles. So it's just not enough room for me. Maybe you're right, Sean. Maybe we need the Canadians back in the market today because it's just the volume is not great. Just one moment, please. Well, hey guys, maybe we're going to get this little lift in the market. I'm going to put a price alert 429-ish on the SPY. Maybe we'll get this lift in the market and maybe that'll get some trends going again, you know? This is a big green candle so far. How much? And it's almost closing, so that's good. Doesn't have time to sell off yet. Another 50 seconds or so for this candle to close, this green candle on the 15-minute SPY chart. So what would be awesome if you want to see some kind of a trend happening on the long side, is if it can take out these highs up here and just continue. Well, guys, we actually had one from our AI that worked out pretty well. Is just seeing it here now. PEV. We saw this one earlier on in the day. I can't remember where I saw it, but here's the alert at 129, and it popped all the way up to 195 before it pulled back. And you had all sorts of time to get in it, because if you see the blue arrow, that's the alert. That's the candle on the 15-minute chart where the alert happened at 129. You can see it actually pulled down to 120 before it really got rolling again. So you had all sorts of time to get into this one if you wanted to. I saw it, and I made a mistake because all I had to do was just put a price alert at the alert price, because I did see this, but then I saw it moving down, so I just kind of forgot about it. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, there's the alert 129, 176, up 38% now. That's from our AI. That's part of our premium service. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, PEV, not shortable for me. Is there any news on this one? Well, maybe this Bo Yang is a big name. Head of research. Okay, well, he has obviously some following. Being made head of research at Phoenix at PEV. Okay, guys, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break, and I just pinged Chris to make sure he's going to be in the room at between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. And what I'll do before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris for an hour. And the answer is yes. So it'll be Chris Varley in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes. Now, URA, what is uranium doing? Yeah, so uranium, there usually is a correlation between uranium and oil. The uranium ETF, of course, this is the energy ETF, XLE, going opposite directions. Okay, this is an IPO, guys, GPAC. Let's take a look at GPAC. This is an IPO just launched today. 1.7 million shares between 4 and 5. It's out of Pakistan. I don't think I've ever seen one out of Pakistan, but 1.7 million shares between 4 and 5. So it's right. It hasn't. It's not doing anything out of the ordinary yet. This is a gaming stock. Gamer Pakistan. Early stage technology and esports company. So what you'd want to see is for it to really rip above $5 in a big way to show that there's a lot of enthusiasm when it's first day. Right now, we're not seeing that, of course. In fact, well, I mean, it's all over the place right now. It's super early, of course, but what you'd like to see is when it had opened, opened at $6 or $7 first trade. But so there doesn't appear to be that much enthusiasm for this one. And you can see it showed up when the halts resumed. This is one of the quirks of our halts resume. Sometimes an IPO will show up as a resume. I'd say probably 90% of the time an IPO will show up here as a resume. So what I do with these IPOs, this one is going to happen, but I'll put an alert at the high here, and maybe later on in the day, if it does take it out, I might take this trade, and that's the GPAC. So you see, this one is sort of it's disobeying me. Okay, ACXP. It's not. All these little areas are not blocking it. I have to think that three though could be a real stumbling block for it. ACXP. Just looking at that weekly chart. Ah, oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was EH, but EJH just showed up here in the momentum scan. EJH. Oh yeah, this one. Well, I mean, if you look at it's a disgusting looking daily chart, guys. Nothing more I can say. Look how choppy it is, up and down, but also all these bottoming tails and topping tails. The only good thing is that if you looked at this, I mean, the next high is way up here at 220 from 133, but it's just so erratic on the daily chart. No confidence in it. Now, ACXP, which is not shortable for me, unfortunately, coming right into the 200-day moving 200-day moving average, that blue line, just not shortable for me. So just to decipher what Shady is talking about with the PRZO. So for him, if it gets up to 248, which is basically the high of the day, he'll take the trade. You'll put a, 25-cent stop on it. So he's looking at this and thinking, okay, do I have a reasonable, I'm assuming, a reasonable expectation of making 50 cents on the trade? Well, yes, because when you look left, there's all sorts of room. Certainly the next high is on the weekly chart anywhere around 4. So that certainly is 50 cents away from 248. All right, guys. Nothing, not getting any too many new alerts. Okay, so there's the POWW. The VWAP's at 214. Maybe if it pulls into the VWAP, maybe it bounces off that. I mean, this one looks so interesting to me. This APLD. I mean, it had earnings, a big pop up to 620, but then when the market opened, it just sold off completely. It's still negative. Maybe if it goes positive, maybe, I think positive would be around 518. Maybe it'll start to recover. I'll put in a price alert there and see what happens later. I mean, it's an earnings play, a lot of volume, 8 times normal volume. 9 million shares have traded. It's not a low float, 66 million, not high, but I'm just sort of scrounging right now, guys, to try to see if anything that could get interesting. A lot could happen in the afternoon. Oh boy, so much sorry, I know I'm just repeating myself over and over again, but I mean, just look at these charts, just chop up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, Palantir could get very interesting on the short side at 1696 or so. Yeah, 1692, those bottoming tails. They look like they're attempting to hold it there in that area. They, meaning the buyers, but meanwhile, ACXP, that's a pretty good one for my 10-day daily breakout at 257, 290 now. All right, guys, I am going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris when he shows up. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. Yeah, so you can see that this GPAC IPO is no bueno. Look at that. I mean, it's below the range of 4 to 5, just selling off right now. No interest in this one whatsoever. I'm not talking about myself, but so far anyway. Why would markets be interested? What I don't I don't know what you mean by that, wiggle boss. I'm sure there's probably somebody in the room that looks at, or maybe a handful, maybe not only one all day long, Christine. I know there are people that just want to play, maybe a handful of stocks every single day. Maybe they rotate them out a little bit, but as far as one ETF like T triple Q, I don't know. Yeah, I know what you meant. Trade the same ticker like Tesla. I mean, people I'm sure that try to look at Apple all day long or Tesla all day long and try to carve out a living doing that. If you were going to do that, you certainly wouldn't need trade ideas, would you? Okay. 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. I cannot chase this one. I mean, it's too bad. I mean, this really, I guess on that 220 break. Yeah, I know a lot of people. I mean, Tesla, because Tesla a lot of times will have some decent range intraday for an expensive stock. Expensive stock with a high float. Yeah, Tesla, I can see how somebody, might want to try to figure out a way to trade Tesla all day long. Okay, this is a real little one, guys. This was active in the pre-market day, HUSA, a very little, small energy play. We've seen this one, well, probably years ago. INDO and HUSA and a few of those other really crazy low float, even lower float stocks, oil stocks went crazy 2 or 3 years ago. HUSA was one of them. But as always, look left, coming right into that high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement here. Chris is not in the room yet, but he usually shows up a little bit earlier than noon. So, all right. So it triggered for Shady, the PRZO. It triggered. I don't know how much you could have got. That really popped. That popped through so quickly. That really popped through quickly. Okay, the APLD now went positive. Okay, APLD went positive. Okay, earnings play, very strange action on it, but it has now gone positive. APLD. I'm interested in this one. I just want to see if it can remain positive. It's up a penny right now, or is it just going to give it up? I mean, it obviously has room. Looking at the daily, at the intraday chart, it does have some room to move. Ah, there he is, Mr. Varley himself.
Here I am.
Well, what did you do anything interesting today?
I really didn't, with that, all the news that came out, and you know how I avoid news, but that's a tough one to avoid. I decided that Mondays are generally, one of those tough enough days where you get a lot of head fakes, and especially, everybody was leaning bearish right up until last Friday, and then everybody got really bullish, and then that happens. And I'm like, you know what? Today will be a good day to do some other work. So I am a little sad on the Palantir because I had a hefty position in there again. I closed it out last Friday, and obviously Palantir.
Oh, Palantir, yeah. Right.
I had when it didn't break down below 15 the last time, break much below 15 the last time it broke below 15. I decided to scoop some of that up again, held it for a few days, closed on Friday. Hindsight trading as always, looks like maybe holding a little would have been nice, but can't argue walking away with winners.
No, and I mean that really zoomed. What an opening 15-minute candle that had.
Yeah, I know the market has been gapped down and choppy or whatever. That pulled back to 17 was found support there. So I don't know. Depending on how we close today, I may take a shot into swinging it into tomorrow. It's just hard, with global geopolitics the way they are again as usual. So
for sure.
That's really the only exciting thing I looked at. And of course I wasn't going to chase it on the open. So
okay, my friend.
Yeah, let me get screen sharing here. I always forget to do that.
Yeah.
There we go. You're off and enjoying yourself a break, and we'll see you in a little while.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Bye-bye.
You got it. So, all right, everybody, as Barry makes his way to a break, I'll settle on in here. And as I just mentioned to Barry, I haven't really done anything today trading-wise. I'm looking at some stuff and just doing some homework and charting. After last week, I started to, really look at some things that were relatively strong to the market or try to, and see if there might be some swing positions I want to put on. I put that on hold again for now. Probably one of the hardest things for me in trading is patience. I suspect that's, one of the hardest for everybody, I guess. Obviously, some people more than others. But, it's like for me, I've done my best trading and swing trading, and I want to get back to that, right? It's where I've had the most success, and obviously that's where I'd like to get some more. And swing trading environment has been tough for well over a year now, with the exception of the run that we made this past summer. I didn't, anybody that's been around, I've said before, I'll say it again, I didn't participate in the run that happened this summer as much as I would have liked to have. I was late to the game, and I was just always hesitant in if the rally was going to stick or not. And, is that my own fault? Absolutely. And it is what it is situation. So, anyways, with all of that said, happy Monday. For those that might be new to this platform, this live stream, I don't have any pre-done content. I would do this as an open forum here. Always find it best when you folks drive the content. We've had some real good ones over the last few weeks, I feel like. And what do I mean by that? I just mean that, when you folks are asking the questions, I feel like that, really helps open things up. A lot of times questions you ask are similar to questions other folks have to ask or want to ask. And sometimes they're even questions that people didn't realize they even had. They branch off on things and really get us thinking, the juice is flowing. And of course, selfishly, I feel like it makes me better at everything that I do. So with that said, of course, if there are no questions or no comments or anything like that, I'll do my best to keep it informative and interesting and moving forward. Yes. Happy Monday. So Mike, see what's happening. Sorry. So I just see that there. Always trying to keep up. Yeah, Peter, patience is the toughest thing. It was probably still to this day among the toughest things for me. Patience and timing. I don't know. I read something somewhere one time. I don't know what the numbers were, but let's say 90% of trading is sitting and waiting. Maybe it was 70% of trading or 80% of trading. I'm sure it's different for each individual, of course. So, all right, with all that said, let's, take a tour around the market real quick and see if some things come our way. Obviously, here's our SPY look on the daily and intraday charts here. A 5-minute chart up there for us right now, along with the daily chart and a weekly chart pictured here. What do you say about this here? The toughest thing. Where the heck is my drawing tool? I know I clicked it. I don't see it. There it goes. Took a second to load there. All right, now I got my train of thought back. You look at this level here, and everybody's looking at this 420 level here. Obviously, a huge role player in everything that's going to happen as far as the overall market. And if we look back on the weekly chart here, let's better scroll back here. That's kind of coming across right here, going all the way back into October of 2022. And, we just banged around it so much and we really shot out of it, right? Like a cannon. And unfortunately, still got this kind of downtrend here on a weekly a little bit. We started to, break some of these downtrends and settled right in here. And then, of course, Friday is this massive day to the upside, as big a volume as we've seen on that upside. And of course, we have this weekend news that comes out. Those that don't know what's going on, quick web search will return it for you. I'd like to leave it there to keep the political stuff out of the arena here as much as we can. We just focus on the charts. And so we've got this kind of inside day happening here today, right now. And one might even argue that, after the recent sell-off that we've had, and then finding support here and a good sized bounce off of that support, but running into 430 resistance, today was kind of normal. Let's just take the news out of out of everything right now. As a technician, one might consider today fairly normal, all things considered. So I'm going to sit and digest that and how that all equals into the market overall. Consumer, what am I looking for? Communication sector, XLC, I believe, right? Yeah. Has been unbelievably strong. And if we look at the weekly chart here, we can see that it's just kind of stayed right up here. It hasn't really sold off at all. Stuck in this range, obviously, for a while now. We can kind of box in the range right here. This was the last big breakout, and it's kind of been stuck through this area since then. Holding really strong, though. So this is an area where I'm trying to look and find ideas, that if the market does decide to continue to move back towards the upside again after this correction that we've had, still in a correction, I suppose, right? What are going to be the strong items from that coming through right there? So anyways, just market thoughts real quick. Mike C mentioned PRZO. So it's coming through my races here. Save me the time of typing that out. All right, that's pretty interesting, right? So kind of just a big fade here. Percentage-wise, we'll call it big fade because obviously, 250 right there. So I don't think it's any surprise that we've run into some resistance through this area, but obviously got some Friday love, getting some Monday love here. There's a rally stock. Fair enough. 120 million shares traded on that with 60 times normal volume. I mean, that's wild. Absolutely wild, right? So, yeah. Heck of a look there. Heck of a look. I think Dish even got a downgrade to $5 this morning, but I'm hoping reverses. Oh, I'll hope it reverses for you as well there, Michael Anthony. Apple. Apple looks exactly like a SPY chart, or very close to a SPY chart today anyways. Not that that surprises me. I wasn't expecting the gap down, reversal, and move around like it to look so much like the SPY right now. But let's bring a SPY chart in, right? And an Apple chart. I mean, the big difference would be this. Apple gap down and moved down. SPY gap down and moved up. But then we get... I'm sorry, that's a 15-minute chart, so it's probably accurate to a 5-minute chart. Hold on, let's overlay this as 5-minute charts now. My apologies. There we go. Yeah, still same kind of, almost same theme here. Looking at it as a 5-minute chart. Apple gap down and moved down, and then finally moved up. SPY gap down and just continued to move up, and then the sell-off, and then a move up, and a sell-off, and a move up, and a sell-off, and a sell-off, and a drift up, and a drift up, sideways, sideways, and a little drift up again. Maybe a little more than a drift up here on Apple now at this point. So, Apple is the market. The market's Apple, however you want to call that. That's the intraday picture. Give me 1 second. I just want to settle that other chart back on my other screen properly. Overall picture for Apple, you pinned under that 180 right now. You really need to take that 180 out to start marching to 190 and then all-time highs again. I think that's pretty clean cut at this point. You draw a line across it. A little struggle at 180 there for about a week plus or so. Makes it through it. Really shot under it. Got a whoopsie back over it, right? And just kind of fading off that since then. Apple's going to be driven by obviously iPhone sales and Mac and all that. Their Apple TV, obviously, and their subscription model is huge. And I think one of the things that kind of hurt them recently was I think there's a problem with the new iPhone. It's overheating or something like that on the 15. I know there'll probably be a software release to stop that or whatever. I think it's happening during charging, if I'm not mistaken. Paraphrasing all this, so don't hold my feet to the fire on anything, please. But that's that. I think one of the other things you'll have to look at with Apple is the economy, right? If economy is good, people are buying $1,000 phones, $800 phones, $1,200 phones. Economy's bad, people aren't going to be buying these things as much. Regardless that, I don't care what anybody says. Inflation, if you go to the supermarket, you go anywhere, is through the freaking roof still. I don't think anybody can deny that doing, regular shopping on a regular basis, whether it's grocery store or, you're buying school supplies or close or whatever it is, I don't think anybody out there in the real world would argue that everything is from 2.5, 3 years ago is up at least 20, 25%. So, but the jobs reports come in strong. If you also go out, at least where I live in New York, restaurants are constantly full. I spend time walking around the city a lot. I live just out of New York City. I spend a lot of time going in and out of the city. The trains are full again. The subways are beyond full. The parks are full. So, what breaks first? Does inflation break and we get a rise in, wages that kind of catches things up? Or does inflation break the economy first? I have no idea. I'm not an economist, and 99% of economists get everything wrong anyway. So with all that said, long story long on Apple. 180 as a technician, 180 is your number. You get a couple of closes above 180. Do you just get 3-4 days like you got here, drifting higher and giving it up? Or does it drift higher? I guess anybody's guess, but I would bet if you can get a close above 180, you probably see a little more upside before it's, got to challenge this gap here. And again, you got rejected here. That's not what I want. I want a highlighter. I want a pen. You got rejected at the gap fill here, right? So that's it right there. You get a close above 180. You're likely to test that gap and beyond again. And again, this is all predicated on geopolitics too right now. Someone would, I'm sure there are many people out there that would argue right now you don't get what happened over the weekend happening, that the market is running again today. No way to know. I don't think that what we see today in the market is abnormal had there been no real news over the weekend, to be honest. A lot of caution. There's a lot of caution out there. So that's my long story long there, Brian, on Apple. So, yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to read something. Had a few messages coming in me. Those messages that came into me. All right. Outside of that, this is a stock I've traded a ton over the last however long. I've been watching the stock since in here. The first time it busted up through $9 and went on this crazy run. And, big sell-off, and it's kind of just back here again. And here's another day. Just doesn't have any volume. That's my biggest problem with it. And the spread is usually nasty on it. I just happened to be on the right side of the trade a few times. I've been on the wrong side of it a few times too, but I was able to cut the losses quick enough that the right side outweighs the wrong side of it. No position in it right now. But interesting level. I'm just going to nail down on this chart a little bit here. And, you can see after that sell-off that happened, this area here that it's at around this 940, 950 level. If it got back above that again and challenging 10, might see it do a run again. Cloud technology for whatever that's worth. I still feel like that if we get the market really ripping again, we're going to see a lot of technology stocks start to do the same thing again. Perhaps not, but I kind of feel like it's like they're waiting. There's a number of technology stocks under the hood that are waiting for the market to just kind of really give them that boost and lift off. And again, a look at Palantir as a stock that I had when I was first up. As the market starts to drift up again, we can see Palantir doing the same thing, just above the VWAP now. I know the chart makes it look like not, but the VWAP is 1721 that is there. That's really everything else on my liked list that I'm super interested in. Got this here, CRDO. It's a semiconductor. Watching that again here to see if semis get rolling again. This thing has come a long ways off of its massive sell-off that it had. I was looking at these here. These are dividend plays that I own a boatload of, and will continue to own because I own them at very cheaper prices compared to where they are now, and they pay a nice dividend. So OWL, another one that's still got me looking here. Pretty liquid stock here. Volume's okay on it, but some of these are ones that I like day trading over the last several weeks. They are market dependent, a lot of them too. It's just that when the market makes a nice 2 or 3% move to the upside, you can see a lot of 5 and 6% moves to the upside on this. IONQ is another one. So they're ones that I've been day trading a lot, but you really need the market on your side more than not for those particular tickers. Didn't I buy Dish? No, I didn't. No, Michael Anthony, the last probably 4 or 5 times you've mentioned Dish that I did this, I said I couldn't understand why anybody would buy it, to be honest. I mean, there's nothing on this chart that says buy. I mean, looking at that weekly chart, that daily chart, no. There's just nothing on that chart that says buy. I don't buy stocks in downtrends. I am not a bottom fisher. Okay. What else? All right, so we'll just continue with some market theme for a moment here. So obviously we had a big flip and rotation and things like that going on, and energy was, the darling since beginning of the summer, and of course got taken to the woodshed over the last month and a half or so. And again, here we are. And of course, this is news related. Now, I don't think personally, had we not had the headlines come out that we had over the weekend, I don't think that energy has the bounce going on it does right now. Do I think it might have continued to bounce after Thursday, Friday's move? Possibly. It doesn't seem unreasonable. I just don't think we'd see it up like we are right now. And that's the XOP, which is our exploration of gas and oil, and your overall shot at energy, XLE and the IYE here. They're putting in dojis right now, or haramis. One's a doji, almost a harami. Needs a little more body to it, so it'd have to move up and move down a little bit more, or move down and then back up again. All the same, though, you can't take your eye off energy. It's one of those things, the whole world needs it, and need more of it every single day. And hydrocarbons ain't going anywhere, and that's what these ETFs represent. We could also see here on these races, HUSA, and it was one of those low float energy plays that went nuts a year or 2 years ago, whatever it was. Same thing with INDO. So, they're in play today. Really kind of tough charts here with these bottoming, topping shadows wildly like this. I mean, down to 360 here, up to 395 there. Those are fairly good sized percent moves for lower price stocks. So, not my cup of tea to trade on a day like this. I've traded them plenty, but we'll see what happens with energy over the next little while. I never had Dish, so I wouldn't know. My parents had DirecTV when I was growing up, long since out of their CASA, and they long since let, or my mom anyways now, has long since let Dish services go. So, I mean, we were generally okay with it. I lived in upstate New York where a lot of snow, so we'd have to take a broom and knock the snow off the dish on the roof when it was heavy snow. Outside of that, it seemed okay, I guess. Everybody cutting the cord these days anyways. What else? So ACXP, this thing grinding along today. Back-to-back days like this, pharmaceutical. So very nice from my relative strength from the open scan here. Up just about 49% from the prior close and 47+% from the open of today. doing it on plenty of liquidity and plenty of volume, just creeping higher here. One of those lower price plays. So, those could be tough because do you take a big share size because a smaller cent move is a higher percent, smaller dollar move. That's what I meant by cent is a higher percent move, but then it moves against you, and equals a big loss. One of those tough ones. Small float, obviously, no short float really, anything like that. Obviously a terrible looking daily chart, terrible looking weekly chart. So just in the spotlight for today. Obviously $3 is going to be a challenge for it for multiple reasons. One, it's whole number. Two, if we look back here on this chart, on the daily chart, $3 is a bear. And going all the way back to this weekly chart, $3 has been a point of interest for a very, very long time here, going all the way back through this time last year and further and beyond. But nevertheless, ACPX having itself a day, been on the scan, basically all day, it looks like, with having won 18 times. Just talked about HUSA again. And tough. I don't know. I'm not crazy about that. It's one of those alerts that's Palantir obviously had itself a very nice open and a pullback, and another nice move to high of the day. Has since pulled back, bounced at 18, or bounced at 17, excuse me. I don't know. That's exactly a clean entry from there. I'd love to see it make a break above 1730. If it made a break above 1730 and the market isn't selling off, I might consider taking it as a day trade and then hold that overnight. But I'm not rushing into it. Too much shenanigans on Mondays in general, let alone this Monday. POWW kind of reminds me of the old Batman. The old Batman sitcom, or whatever you want to call it, show. Pow. Anyways, jokes aside, not crazy about this here. Yeah, it's up to 8% from the close and open, essentially. And it's not a dynamic stock. Not exactly a large float, not a small float on that either. So anyways, not overly crazy about that. Sorry, just going over this top 10 might as well. I figured I haven't really looked at it today. I was doing a lot of other stuff. So sorry, HASI. Another one, awful weekly chart, just as bad of a daily chart here. Having a bounce today, obviously, a lot of volume, a lot of liquidity, good volume, a lot of liquidity. Stuck here in this area. Sorry, I just wanted to drill way in, pokes its head above this prior resistance or whatever prior candle there from the last red day that it had. Nothing I'm too overly crazy about, to be honest. Like I said, having itself a day, but most of that day was done in the first 15 minutes. Bounced off of 15. I don't know, if it takes out high of day, does it have a shot to move up here into the 16s? Possibly. 100 million on the float. It's not a small float. Good size short float, 7%, 12%, excuse me. Might be something someone's interested in to set a price alert near high of day. See if you can take that out. Not dynamic though. Not a great looking. Obviously not a swing looking chart. At least not for me. I wouldn't swing that with someone else's money. PRZO. We talked about that again already. Rejected just about at that 3 level again. No surprise. Just shy of it. Let's see what it can do the rest of the day. KLG. Who and what are you? Oh, it's the, it's the symbol change from Kellogg's. So, I don't know what to make of that. Not exactly something I'm overly crazy about. I'm just going to kind of gloss right over that. EPLD. So they had earnings today. Heck of a day for it here. First off, there's, bottoming, topping shadows on it. Gap up and a move up real quick and a move back down real fast, and kind of finding some equilibrium here just below the prior day's close, and today for going into positive territory. Not, this is the weekly chart along with the daily chart. Very neutral looking. Obviously had this big move here back at the beginning of the spring. Held in that area through summer, and right at the end of the summer sold off and is kind of holding in that area now. So I don't know exactly what to make of it. But an earnings play nonetheless. Lots of volume, lots of liquidity. And again, I don't know, does it break back up over, let's say if it breaks out over this 525, 530 level, it may have a run back in it towards high of the day. You know, what the heck? Let's set a price alert there. Keep an eye on it. Is it likely? No, but you know, one never knows. Again, 66 million in that float, so not a small float, not a big float, somewhere in what I would consider the medium range of floats. Big short float, 21+% on that short float. I don't think the shorts are going to be scared at this point if it moves up that way, so I wouldn't anticipate a squeeze here. I think if you saw it get up above, you know, if you're looking at it long term for some reason, if you saw it get up above whatever that level is there, then maybe the shorts would want to start to cover some. It breaks back towards that $10 level. Outside of that, I don't see a whole lot to comment there. TTI, oil and gas. Okay, size float on that. Big short growth. Not much on the short float currently. Steady grinder, right? Really nice steady grinder here. Pullback. Holds up above this $6 level. Might be something interesting. Actually, I'm going to put a like on that. I'm going to watch that going forward because if energy is strong and the way this has kind of really moved up with energy, but didn't sell off quite as bad as energy did. What do I mean by that? Well, if we were to look at, you know, an XLE chart, right? We saw more sell-off, more violent sell-offs in this chart here over the last month or so versus what we're seeing in this TTI here, right? So, you know, a little pullback kind of held that 6, and then, you know, they came for energy. I see the market, whatever. There you see that sell-off there. So back up, fighting above that 6 level. That's I'm gonna put a like on that. Keep an eye on that. Last but not least, of rounding out the top 10 here, TPIC, awful weekly chart, awful daily chart. Not a whole lot to comment here on volume. Let's say light volume, lighter on the liquidity side of things. Obviously up just shy of 5% right now. Smaller side to the floats, larger short float. I don't think anybody that's short of the stock is concerned about any move it makes for a while here, unless obviously news comes out and gets it rocketing up. But there it is nonetheless. Nothing dynamic there. I'm not setting any price alerts or anything like that. So that's my short and skinny on that. How about CAG? Is that ConAgra, right? You know, big downtrend, having itself a reversal after earnings. So, you know, I like to follow trends when it comes to swing trading. The trend is down in this. Going to take a while to buck that downtrend. So, you know, we'll need to see it consolidate more towards up here. I don't want to see a pullback at all at these lows. I mean, these lows are going back. I mean, how far do you got to go back to these lows, right? Let's weekly it this way. I mean, good Lord. I mean, it hasn't seen levels like this since 2020. And that was on, you know, the COVID sell-off here. And before that, you got to go all the way back to 2019. Nah, I'm all set there. Could it bounce? Absolutely, 100%. And someone plays it and it bounces, good on you. You know, you got a trading plan to play these falling knives and stuff. And it's tough, but they can be the biggest money makers. If you got a real legit plan, you're really disciplined. These are the kind of ones that can end up being money makers, you know, big time money makers. Just for me, just not my cup of tea. That's all. But, you know, obviously got a bounce going on here. It's bucking the trend of the overall market, right? Overall market gap down, kind of moved down for a while. This did not do that. So, could there be more juice in it? I don't see why there couldn't be necessarily, right? At least on the day. Out, you know, can you call this resistance there? How do you call that resistance when it's just falling, right? So, anyways, that's, you know, what I could say about ConAgra. Not a whole lot else to comment on that, unfortunately. Okay, sorry, just looking something over here. So it's quite an interesting move right here. So just the SPY, I just noticed something on the SPY happened in the last couple of minutes here. And we got this, really nice kind of drift up, and we got a little bit of volume that came into it here, shooting us up and rejected off that 430 level. So, really kind of a technician's, I was going to say technician's dream. I don't call it a technician's dream, because if you're a bearish technician, I guess, then a dream that you're rejected off 430 and you're showing weakness at that 430 level. Again, if you're a bullish technician, then obviously not a dream, because you want to see it blast through 430. But what I mean by a technician's dream is, just very textbook. Right now, what's going on after a 10% correction, give or take. And, these whole numbers really just coming into play here, 420, 430 on that SPY. So very technician textbook, I would say right now. Very textbook technician. We took 430 out, I'd start to look for stuff to the upside and more of a risk on type of scenario going on, I would say. Very good, very good. Moving along here. So ACPX up over $3 now. Really put some in. I said this is one of those ones you're gonna watch. Gonna want to watch. Very nice move off of that. From blasting through $3 up to 330. Very nice percent move. A lot of volume has come into it. I wouldn't go chasing it now if you didn't have your eye on it. Then I'd wait for a setup to happen now. Yeah. Not a lot else to say right there, other than, if you weren't really watching it before, I'd start to watch it now, but I'd be patient, right? I'd be patient. It's not something you want to, take your eye off and just go running in, especially with 10 million in that float, right? And the thing was basically $1 stock last week, and it's up over 3 at the moment. It's also the kind of thing that, remember, while people playing to the long side are looking for stuff like this and explode, people playing to the short side also love to see stuff like this, where it gets real up and quote unquote overextended, and they start coming in troves, through your short specialty brokers and slamming that sell button on you, right? So going to be a battle right now for those that want to short this back below that 3 level, and those that are going to try to buy it and push it up, keep it above that 3 level. So patience. And yes, could you be patient and the thing could rip itself to $6 right now? Sure, why not? Yeah, what trading plan and trading evidence do you have to say to that, right? And if you've got that there, then obviously execute that trade. And if you don't, it'd probably be better to be an observer for a period of time and risk missing out on the upside versus risking a downside with no plan, right? I just could never stress that enough. And I say that from personal experience of having being smacked so hard by running into stuff like this and losing so much money doing it but just not really having a real plan and going after that stuff. It's just it's not fun, that's for sure. All right, we've really kind of toured a lot of the things that I would go over while there isn't a ton of questions coming in. We looked at strong sectors, right? I'll just bring this over really fast here. My sector list. We looked at these strong sectors up towards the top, including natural gas making multi-month highs making multi-month highs, right? There's August, right? So we're back at making multi-month highs through September into October. Been down here a long time, natural gas. Yeah, as I say, the bigger the base, the bigger the boom. But careful, they call natural gas the widowmaker, and for several reasons. Anyways, with that said, so we looked at some of the strong sectors. GDX having a day here. Gold miners, still an awful looking chart overall. All right, not the worst. Let's not be overly dramatic, right, Chris? Come on now. Just can't really sustain any big gains here on this. But I don't know. This is an area where it can bounce and work its way into 30 and back above again. It doesn't seem unreasonable, right? For you gold lovers out there. I'm not a gold lover. Gold, precious metals in general, cryptocurrencies, I just don't get it. I understand all the arguments everybody makes. I understand them all. I just don't get it. I don't subscribe to them. But there's your gold miners anyways. There's just silver miners. And again, I know this is, heavily weighted in one miner, all the same. Silver itself, not exactly bullish looking anyway. So regardless of what any silver miners are doing, silver itself is just not a bullish look again. Very similar to gold, back at these multi-year pivot levels here, going back into this time last year. And if you go further back, you're going to see a lot of the same touching here. Yeah, I get look, I'm sure everybody here has heard my gold spiel before, most people anyways. But for those that haven't heard my gold and silver spiel, I can't walk into a store and do literally anything with gold. I mean, literally anything, real world wise. It makes for pretty jewelry. I don't buy jewelry. I don't care for jewelry. Those that love it, good on you. And same thing with watches. I don't care for watches. If you like big wall clocks, I don't care about any. I don't care about possession stuff. It doesn't really do anything for me whatsoever. So, I prefer experiences in life and traveling and eating out and stuff like that. And do I get to keep those things? I keep them as memories, right? Gold doesn't give me memories. Silver doesn't give me memories. A clock doesn't give me memories. A watch doesn't give me memories. That's just my personal values. So my personal values, do relate to some of my trading and investing. Now, look, if gold and silver are having a run, they're going on a run, you better believe I'm trading them. I mean, there's nothing on this planet that will make me not trade them, right? But, you're not building buildings out of gold. You're not building. And please, I know, Pete, there's someone out there that's sitting going, oh, but they use gold and silver and electronics. No, they don't. Stop that right now. Just stop that right now. If they did, gold and silver would not be held down the way they are. And then I know there's also probably someone sitting out there, JP Morgan, manipulating silver market and so on and so forth. They very well may be, but that doesn't change the fact that gold and silver prices aren't up, and I have no control over what JP Morgan or anybody else out there is doing to manipulate markets. So I'm just going to play the charts and what I can control. And the things that I can control is my buy and sell buttons. Those are the things that I control. That's it. Outside of that, I try to remove myself from all those other things and my feelings. So I get historically gold and silver, inflation hedge, and all those things like that. But I mean, when inflation was going bonkers, gold and silver never continued their moves afterwards. So, and I know inflation's still up. It's just going up slower than it was prior. And gold and silver reversed. All that reversed, right? So I get it. But the bottom line is the charts are all that I care about, and their volume, and it's just not there. That's all. And again, look, you better believe if silver makes this move here, right, and then all of a sudden it starts to make this move to climb back up there, and I see some silver stocks coming through here on my races, you better believe I'll day trade them. If a setup presents itself in a way that any other stock would present itself in a setup. I don't care what your stock is in general. If I can make money on you, I'm going to do that, right? Just like everybody else, would it be out there for anything like that. But on a long-term view, it's been a long time since these assets have done anything whatsoever. We can hit the way back machine on this stuff, going back, all the way in here. Here's 2010, and a look at silver, right? It's been a long time since it did anything. looking at the same kind of stuff here, right? Looking at the same, let's go back in distance, the same kind of stuff. Just a steady march up on technology. The cues are, a look at technology. And it is a bubble? I don't know, maybe. But are you going to scream at it being a bubble and not have gotten a piece of that? It seems very counterproductive to what we're trying to do as traders, right? So same idea here. Again, you can call it a bubble. I wish we had log charts. It would be illustrated so much better in a log chart if we did. But, you look at these charts and you go back a decade and they're in an uptrend in a decade. And you look at precious metals over a decade and they are not in an uptrend. So just kind of is what it is. So that's that. And again, same thing with cryptocurrencies. I've traded Riot and Mara and other crypto related stocks, and I'll continue to trade them if they're going to give me opportunities to trade them. But, if you think the governments of the world are going to let Bitcoin take it over, I mean, come on. I'm sorry, but no. The only way that Bitcoin takes over anything is if the US government or another conglomerate of governments come over and decide to somehow take over Bitcoin. I know it's locked up in the blockchain and you can't manipulate it, and all that can be made is out there, and where all that exists is there, and it can only be mined up to X amount and all that. I understand all that, and I have plenty of ignorance in that area. Same thing, but who remembers the dollar collapsing, right? Does anybody else remember the dollar was collapsing here, right? It doesn't look like a collapsing dollar to me. Also, if you go back over the last 10 years, the dollar's up against every single currency over the last 10 years. Go back over 50 years, the dollar's up over every single currency over the last 50 years, not to mention half the currencies that existed 50 years ago no longer exist anymore, and the dollar does. Will the dollar exist in 50 years from now? I have no idea. I have no clue. Dollar can go away tomorrow. All I'm saying is that that's not weak. And could we see a double top here? 100%. We could be looking at a near double top right there. 100%. Absolutely could be. But remember, you have people that are predicting the market is crashing since the last time it crashed, right? And the only thing that made them right in that entire time was a global pandemic. Outside of that, no market crash. So I did not go over LMT. I'm sorry, Marty. You probably put that in there before, and I've just been lost in myself. I apologize, Marty. Sorry, let me get that for Marty real quick. Then let me scroll back and make sure I didn't miss anybody else, because I see we're at 12:42. So Lockheed. All right, that's interesting because overall on the weekly chart that we're on right now, got an uptrend here. We can see these higher lows, right? And again, kind of textbook technician here, right? So on a weekly chart, we get all these higher lows through here, right? And we get this pullback. And now we're going to get a higher low, more likely than not, that continues this uptrend going on a weekly chart right there. Again, does this happen because it was just due for a bounce at 400? Does it happen because we just had what went on this weekend? There will be parts that argue both sides. And I'm just going to not be a part of anybody's argument. I'm just going to be a technician and say right now, above this level here, sorry, let me clean that bad line up. And again, bear with me. So above this line right here in this 430 range, bullish. Below this 430 line, bearish. I think that's, going to oversimplify things, but I would say in the long term for Lockheed, above, good, below, bad, bear and good case, obviously, or bear and bull case in that regard. We'll drill down in a shorter time frame real quick here. And I have to imagine when someone's mentioning Lockheed, they're looking at it more long-term. Day trading $430 or $400 stocks isn't very common. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Obviously, there are people that do it. But I think the average day trader, just because the size share you have to take on something like this is so massive to to get money's worth. And then the downside risk is obviously very heavy by getting those share sizes like that. So again, I think that 430 becomes more prominent here when we zoom in on a daily chart right here. And again, think of it as a squishy zone. Is it 425 to 435? You can make that argument, I suppose. Just going back here and looking at these topping shadows here, going up above this 450 level there. So above this 430 level, you challenge 450 is a likely scenario. And then, is it a battle there? Does it just zoom right through that? You never know. It's not usually a zoom through that right up until it does. The other thing I would keep in mind, especially with stuff like this, are from failed moves come fast moves, right? So what do I mean by that? We failed at the $500 level, right? And boy, was that a sell-off, right? That's a pretty good size sell-off there. So from failed moves come fast moves. So just keep that in mind with Lockheed Martin or any stock in general that's at a big, big level. $500, obviously huge level, but you could play that back down to a $50 level, $5 level, so on and so forth. And you can break that down on any time frame. Same thing. It becomes a very fractal item there. So that'd be my short and skinny there, Marty. Manu, I see your question there. Give me 3 seconds just to scroll back up to make sure I didn't miss anybody else's stuff. I always feel terrible if I miss someone, what they said. I never want to miss a question here. I always want to get people, the best appropriate answer that I can. So yeah, I'm so sorry, Marty. I see that up there at 12:14. I apologize. We talked a lot about Dish. We talked about PRCO. We talked about ConAgra. We went off on my whole gold spiel and Bitcoin and all that. There's Lockheed again from Marty. So we got that. When I look at something like ACXP, what price? Confident stay over 3 a share. So, looking at this here, for me to become interested in it, I start to become a little more interested in it. Here's my problem though with it, Peter. Like, where's, it got rejected right off this level up here. No surprise. Looking left on it now, there's just so many areas that look really, really tough for it to get through. And then the downside risk is enormous on that right now. The downside risk in theory is all the way back down to about $1. So it's just tough for me. I would say that if it took out high of day and some volume came back into it, is the most likely scenario that I'm interested in it. And that's, am I going to put it against a $3 stop? Am I going to put it against this kind of maybe 315 level as a stop here? That's where it becomes really tough for me. That risk reward, there just isn't for me personally, there's an acceptable risk reward in this right now for me. So there was trying to shoot above that $3 level. I felt like once it got it just becomes tougher for me. That's all. But that's kind of how I'd break it down there, Peter, more than less. I see 3 Holly trades by Holly AI, but I don't see any orders or executions in the broker's screen. I need help. It's not really much I could help with live on screen like that, unfortunately, Manu. You go to the orders tab here. I don't know what you're connected to in Brokerage Plus. You can go to the orders tab and see if it was sent. There's no way for me here to know if you have it set up correctly. In the Holly AI tab, did you go into the Holly instructions? Did you add the account in here once you were connected to your broker? Right? That's one spot to look. Did you turn these on here? How it says off. Did you right click and did you enable all 12 that it says there? And again, on the short side of things, did you go in here in the editing short? Did you add the account there? Because it's a two-step process here, or 3-step process, I guess we could really call it here. First, you're going to connect your broker. So in this case, let's say we connect the trading simulator, right? So I've connected the trading simulator. Then I'm right-clicking and I'm editing the long strategies, right? And I'd go to edit, and I'd set up, my mode, my risk amount, all that, and then set the simulated trading here. In this case, if you or connected to a broker, your broker would be showing here. So it's, you connect to a broker, then you got to connect the account of the broker into the long and short strategies. And then the third fold here is right clicking and enabling those strategies. We don't advertise it at all anymore. It's nowhere on our pages. We do not encourage it. If you've ever come across me in a live chat or an email or Steve or anybody else, we would simply say, can you do it? Yes. Are we recommending you do it? No, absolutely not. Human and machine is the best combination. That's what we feel. And if nothing else, no other way for me to put it, I don't enable, you know what I mean? I'm not a hands-off trader. I've tried to do it in the past. I tried to make my own auto strategies. They didn't work out well for me every time I did it. Now, granted, every single time I did it, it was like a market top. Happened to me in 2018, December of 2018. Happened to me in 2020. There's like a couple of other times where recent market tops. I think maybe there's one in 2019 also. Like 4 times I had automated strategies set up that I thought this is the one. I'll be able to automate a portion of my trading. I was still going to manually trade, of course. And every single time I did it, the market sold off. I lost a bunch of money. And granted, they were all one-day examples. I just felt like that was the market gods telling me don't auto trade. And it just kind of is what it is from there. So I never even bothered with Holly. All right, you enabled it and you connected, but what about this here? Did you select the account, edit long strategies? Did you put an account there in the edit? You got to select that there because you'll see here it says broker not connected for me here. If you've done those things, if you've done those things, the order should at the very least be sent. Whether you get filled or not, that's another question. But you'd see orders here in the orders tab if you did all those things correctly. And then you'll see, the orders sitting there and then canceled if they didn't get filled, or rejected if they were rejected for some reason, so on and so forth. Do I have a race for shorting stocks? No, I don't. I don't really have a race for shorting stocks. I almost never short. I literally almost never short. Yeah, if it wouldn't matter then going market or limit if the orders didn't go through. The best I could say, Manu, is give me an email here. info@trade-ideas.com. Send your support files. Email there. Say, I sent the support files. To send support files, go to help, send files to support, and I'll give it a look on the back end and see what it says in there. That's the route for troubleshooting that, though. Let's see what else. Everything else. Do you have a scan that shows a stock 3 days after a parabolic move? Not 3 days after a parabolic move. I do have something that I did a long time ago that was popular at the time. And a number of people asked me for it for weeks afterwards. These 2 different ones here. I'm lying. It's not 2 different ones. I'm sorry. One just says history. There's a parabolic scanner here. I'm going to share the link to that now. I don't even remember exactly what it did. We did it as an exercise in one of these live sessions where someone was asking for one. and then it just kind of became popular afterwards. So here is that. Oops, my timer. Let's go into the configure real quick. I think it's something with 15-minute change, but I can't remember exactly. There we go. Yeah, change in 15 minutes. So 6% move in the last 15 minutes. 1 minute volume is doing 200% of what it's normally doing. Trade at least 125,000 shares on the day. Price is $2. So that's the one that I just shared there. And of course, the alert on it is a new high alert. So it's got to be making a new high on the day to get that. So here, LACC alerted just a moment ago, and bang, there it is. Look at that move, right? So it's a new issue. I believe it's an Argentinian stock. Yeah, Argentina. It's come through my races a few times over the last couple of days. Obviously, percentage move pretty big. Unfortunately, we have basically no data on it. I mean, and when I say no data, I mean no data. Okay, so it looks like some kind of stock split went on or something like that here. Separation, blah, 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 blah. So regardless of any of that news, there you have it, sports fans. Let's look back on today. So here's ACXP coming through on this number of times here. SMX coming through. Ooh, pretty sizable move right there, but didn't catch it really early because it only caught it once it was above $2. OMGA, yeah, garbage. SNMP, garbage. So I mean, that's the thing with these scans, refining it so you don't get stuff like that, but you still get stuff like a, LM or LAAC, right? That's the tough part. It's a trade-off always, letting too many in versus not letting enough of the good ones in. And I heard you, Barry.
Did you really hear me? Okay.
Yes. I mean, I heard some kind of shuffling
Commotion.
or shifting.
Commotion in the background.
Yes.
That would be me. Yeah. I'm watching this AC. Excuse me just a minute. I'm watching this ACXP. Looked a little bit better before that red bar because it had two big bottoming tails, but and that bar, of course, hasn't closed yet. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart,
right?
But it has 3 minutes to go. Yeah, I mean, to me, if it can take out 317, it might have another run. Another run.
The tough part I was saying before, Peter had asked about it, and it's like, if it has another run, just looking on that daily chart, where's it going on a daily chart? Like if it gets
highs around 340.
Yeah, exactly. And then if it gets through that, then you have your obvious, $4 after that. And there's some room then there. Just like, where do I stick the risk at on it? Is it $3? Is it that 315 level that it's now struggling at? Where's my stop? I need like a whole number. Or you know what I mean? I need like a solid number that makes sense to me as a stop on the upside, and a solid number that makes sense to me on the upside for a target. So,
well, I was wrong basically all day on this stock because I was saying I can't take it because every time I looked left, there was a new high in the daily that I thought, but it just ripped right through it. So
yeah, that's exactly it. I miss trades like that because of that.
Oh yeah. But that's part of my plan, I mean, not my plan to lose money doing that, but my plan is I can't take the trade if it's like that. So
that's exactly it. So look, I miss plenty of them. It is what it is. One of those things.
It's like not trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, I don't miss them. I see them, but I mean, I'm not going to, the ones that just are a rocket ship from 9:30 to 9:45. I'm not in them, but oh well. I mean, it's just because I've been in too many of them that didn't do that. It's that simple.
Exactly.
And so out of my trading career, I've just been in too many stocks that try to, because it's wildly exciting. The market opens and you want to hop on that big stock that was super active in the pre-market. It looks like it's going to run. And then it runs. And then all of a sudden it gives where are you going to put your stop? I mean, that's the old, where are you going to put your stop?
That's exactly it. Um, I was just looking at the parabolic scanner and like, so HUSA was something that came through right away on it in the early morning, right?
Right.
And yeah, did it keep moving up? Sure, but look, where are you putting your stop? On a stock that started sub $2 on the day, you're putting it all the way down there at
Yeah.
175. You know what I mean? That's a
Yeah.
massive percent loss, to stick a stop down there. It just doesn't make
Because
sense to me.
you're going to have to take a lot of shares to make money, and
That's
so
yeah.
that's the problem. So, but even if you say, well, I'm going to risk 100, I'm only going to risk $100 on the trade, whatever that number is,
Mhm.
and but then where does it have to go to make a decent amount of money? I mean, usually you don't have that. I mean, a lot of these you just don't have that follow through. So that's the
Exactly.
problem. So I
You
think
know,
what happens is most people probably load up way too many shares, and either maybe they've got a tight stop, but they probably don't have a tight enough stop. And just like you said, they're risking a lot of money in the hope that it's going to pop.
yep, exactly. And as someone who had suffered that several times in my first year plus of trading, I don't like to suffer that anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
All
fun.
right, my friend, it's 1 o'clock. Thank you again for filling in for me,
Time
giving me my
flies.
1 hour break.
You got it. You got it. Let you take the
Take the
helm.
screen. I've got the screen up now, right on that ACXP, in case it does pop through 315, and I'll just pile right into it, Chris. Why not?
Perfect. Got the farm and all.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay, my
everybody.
friend.
Appreciate it. And I'll talk to you soon, Barry. Take care,
Okay,
everyone.
bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms. Get rid of the announcement and get my music going. So, yeah, I don't want you to think just talking to Chris in our YouTube room. I mean, it all depends where you put your stop. I mean, I do kind of like it over 315. This, I was talking about this one all the way through all these areas that I thought it could stop or stall on the weekly chart. Not one of those areas really stalled. They get moving higher and higher and higher. So Brian, I put that it was GPAC, GPAK, the new stock. Just terrible IPO for it today. Terrible. GPAK. Ah, yes, MKC. This was the earnings play right here. MKC earnings play right here. Look at this continuation down on earnings for MKC. Michael, you ask that all the time. CPG, I think, is this an oil play of some sort? Energy, yeah, center point. So what about it? I mean, obviously, a lot of these energy stocks have gone up because of the events in the Middle East. So what else can I say? Unless they have some specific news for it. MGY, yeah, I mean the same thing. I mean, if you think, if you're going to trade those, you obviously should have XLE up and running at the same time. So, you can see you had the peak up XLE, the main ETF for energy, but it is starting to drift down now. So, you know, it looks like CPG could do the same sort of thing. Could do. I mean, unless it has some specific news, but it's been drifting down also. But I don't trade oil stocks for that very reason. Unless a stock has specific news within this sector, fine. But a lot of these just follow the sector too closely, and I'm just not. And I'm not a macro, so I'm not thinking, oh well, oil prices are going to go over 100 or they're going down to 60. I just don't follow it like that. Well, I'll cheer you on, Poe, to get that G-Pack over 3. So why don't I do this for you? I'll just put a price alert there. That usually works, right? There you go. Put a price alert at 301. Try to influence it upwards. So I do see NEP is the only other stock other than LAC today, LAC, that showed up on the reversal. But it's, I mean, you can see why. Had an up day, a brief respite from its continuous selling on Friday. And now it's trying to move down below that. I know, William, you say you're in it for a bounce. Yeah, the ALXO, I was interested in it, but it just, again, another one that is very, to me, it's just very choppy. Big topping tail, then a topping tail and a bottoming tail on the next 15. This one it's just totally uncertain. Plus the spread got a little bit, for an $8 stock, I saw a couple of times 8 and then 808 on the bid. I'm sorry, on the ask. I mean, but I mean, look, it's got the look. I mean, obviously, I mean, what it did Friday up to 950, but will it settle down enough? If it can take out 825, which looks like was the pre-market high, I mean, that could rip. It could rip. So low float, yeah, fairly low float, 18 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I had to focus on anything, it would be that ALXO, just because it's got all sorts of room. If it can break out somewhat, it's got all sorts of room. $9.50 the day before. Well, it's getting interesting. I wish, it's just the spread, it can widen it. It's 807, 813, which is not horrible if it's going to make a big move, but float again, 18 million in the float. So it's trading, 3.3 times normal. So it is trading abnormally. Of course, I had the massive, massive day, 4 days ago in terms of volume, over 40 million, I think. 42 million shares traded that day. Anybody else see the pain in cart? Is it underneath 30? Oh, no kidding. So that was the IPO price. Cart was the IPO price for cart. Yeah. How about ARM? ARM, is it holding 50? Yeah, I mean ARM has been reasonably strong compared to those other two IPOs. Card is a disaster now. But ARM, I think it opened at 51 but the IPO was at 51. The IPO was at 51, I believe. So it's holding at cart. Yeah, no kidding. 108,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short cart. HUBC. Okay, let's see. Well, McDonald's. Yeah, I don't see these ever because they're way under $1, but hey, 196, another Israeli stock. Boy, coming from 24 cents to 70 cents. Unbelievable. This KTOS, another defense stock, but I've held off. 664 is the high right there, that red line. After that, 690, and after that, 730. So I mean, if it can take this out, but by then you're probably chasing it. That's the problem. 663. Yeah, some of the big banks report this week, Trevor. I know Citibank, I think it's this week. Citibank, yeah, October 13th. There are a bunch of them that's a Friday, I believe. I think JP Morgan maybe also on the 13th. I think Goldman is not. Goldman's next week. Wells Fargo probably on the 13th also. I think they all. Yeah, so there's some of the big banks on Friday are reporting earnings. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to try to do a video now. What time is it? 1:12, 1:13, so 1:23. Okay, so I'll be back about 1:23. Okay, guys. So I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, maybe now is the moment of truth for ALXO. I'm seeing the spread is okay, 18, 814, 816. Not a lot of volume though. The volume was just tailed off. All right, guys. Yeah, the ALXO just doesn't really want to pound through that 820 level yet anyway. ALXO, guys, ALXO. Just gotta get that spread tightened up. 814, 820 right now. 814, 820 on the bid ask. A lot of shares available. 4.3 million to short for KTOS at Interactive Brokers. I keep looking at this high over here. That's about 10 cents away. Well, let's take a look at our market scope, okay, guys? See if there's anything kind of interesting that I haven't seen in some of my scans. Take a look at the AONC. I think that was that had a recovery of some sort. Either the change in the last 30 minutes, that's a big change in 30 minutes for AONC. Now, I should bring you back. This is our new website. I keep saying new. It's been like this probably for a couple of months. So this is what it looks like now. And if you click on market scope, more than likely it will not say live. It will not say live data. It'll say delayed by 15 minutes. Click here for live data. Something like that. That is if you are a current subscriber to Trade Ideas, okay? If you're not a subscriber, it'll say, data delayed by 15 minutes. Click here to take out a subscription. And you need right now anyway, you need a standard subscription to take a look at the market scope. Market scope has a lot of different looks to it. I think it's geared mainly for people who really don't want to learn or even want to take one of my scans or any of the scans that we've got in our toolbar. They just want to have the scans presented to them without having to do any work. That's fine. I get it. This is crawl, obviously, crawling, showing the stocks that are down, biggest gainers, big versus biggest losers. Okay, so this is the change in the last 30 minutes. We can go to the change from the open. There's the ACXP, 57%. It still boils down to, okay, great, but how do you trade them? I mean, it's still the question. Great to see these, but what are you going to do? And that's where you still have to have trading experience. The difference is that these are delivered to you without you having to do any work. Look at some top lists that you can take a look at. So here's the top list of the biggest gainers. There's the Pareto on top. I'll go with I like to see change from the open. Oh, but why not? Let's go to the change in the last 30 minutes. See what really has moved in the last 30 minutes. And if it's in red, it means it's moved, but it's still negative for the day, I believe. Anyway, let's take a look. Oops, I keep looking up here, but it's not linked up there. Yeah, so if it's in red, it means it's still down for the day. So you can see fingers down for the day, but it's moved not a huge amount, but 1.72% in the last 30 minutes. Or if I just wanted to see the ones that were down the most. And this, of course, this little inset, I like to have it on a 15-minute chart, but this little inset, of course, can be set to a daily, weekly, or monthly chart. So you can see at a glance where it is. Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, not as good. Okay, guys. Well, here we go. Moment of real truth now for the ALXO. The spread is actually tightened up best you can be. 1 penny. 820, 821. Give me one moment. Hmm. All right, guys, I took some of this. Let's see if it has any sort of room to run. I know I'm chasing it a bit, but it's all about looking left. And I'm talking about the ALXO. Yeah, the market's had a good day, actually, hasn't it? I mean, a good recovery, a little bit choppy, but not quite the like Friday was just straight up. There was no moves down at all after 10:15. But no question, the market has recovered nicely. The NAS is just down a little bit. The Dow's up just a little bit. The SPY's up just a little bit. Looked pretty bleak this morning. Why will this take it out? If it takes it out, the KTOS takes out this 1663. The next high is 1688. Okay, guys, 1:30. An hour and a half for me. Now, William, are you gonna you really gonna hang around till 4 today? Keep the room open till 4 or later? Probably not later, but 4. Okay, come on, Alto. Yeah, you can do that. You can put a, or the, well, let me bring out my, I know you're talking pre-market, but I think I even have this. Yeah, you can position in the 10-day range. Yep. So you could sort on this if you wanted to see the stocks that had broken out in the pre-market over their 10-day range. Yes. Now let me back that up a bit because remember now the pre-market is not the data is not used in daily, but I think for sure you can find stocks that are a 10-day breakout. Yeah, because but it's going to be looking at the daily chart, not counting today. Okay, so you would see stocks that are in a like the high of the 10 days. Okay, it just won't count today. So in other words, so this is what I think Pepe probably can tell me. Let's just say a stock is at an 8-day high, and then in the pre-market it pops up so that if the market were open, it would be at a 10-day high. Don't think it'll show up here. Okay, if that makes sense. Because realistically we can't count, nobody should, because what if you have this a crazy spike up in a stock of 3 shares and a huge spike, so that could really skew the data, if you counted pre-market at- when you're looking at these position and day range filters, if that makes sense. But what it would show is if not counting this morning, if a stock is at the high, a 10-day high, that's easy enough to do, of course. Well, guys, it is now above that little high here, that KTOS, above that little high in the daily. Now, listen, I mean, if you want more, you can always reduce. If you wanted more, not just you, ask the question, coffee. I mean, if you want more alerts, of course, you can just, reduce the filters, the values. I prefer not to. I prefer to have fewer. I mean, actually, this is to me a nice manageable number. Five of each, sort of. Four here, five here. What's going to happen is when we get into earnings season, we will see a lot more in when we're in earnings season. Okay. The reason why is because when a stock has earnings, typically, especially some of these stocks that aren't talked about that much, they could just break out the day. Okay. And so they'll be at a 10-day high or a 10-day low and lots of volume. because the relative volume here has to be in both of those has to be at least 8. So, that's a very tough filter to have. But when we get into earnings season, not so much this week, not even next week, but the week after, when we start seeing some of these companies that, aren't talked about that much, I can almost guarantee that, depending on the day, that these one of these two windows will be pretty much full. I've had days in which I've had to actually scroll down to see them all. So Pepe is telling me that I'm wrong. Okay. Really? Does that make sense to you, Pepe? Because what I was saying is, what if you have, something gets really skewed? You have 3 or 4 shares trading up, 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 and there's the big topping tail, and that's going to count. Okay. So I'm wrong. So coffee. So I guess if a stock makes a 10 is at a 10-day high, even counting pre-market data, I guess it'll show. I'd be careful on that because unless it's got a significant amount of volume above that, like to make sure so that it is at a 10-day high. So Mohammed, I don't have a cloud link for the entire layout. So what I do is I get you to pick and choose what you might like. Okay. And ask for my layout, but oops. So what you do is this. So click on my homepage link that I just put in there, and then go to the scan section. Scroll down. The scan section is right here, that the middle. Click here. So we were just talking about this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Basically, these are the stocks that are gapping up or down in the pre-market. Now, the scans that you see, uh, the scans that you actually see right now, the abnormal option activity is here. And here's the momentum scan is over here. But I'm sharing these ones also. Okay. The daily reversal is down here. There's hardly anything in it today. And the 10-day daily breakouts are here and down, breakouts and breakdowns. Okay. So I do it that way because not everybody wants every single scan that I've got. So, you sort of pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. And I do have other scans that I don't even have open right now, but you can take a look at. And as always, if you want to make a change to any one of them, you can do so. Probably the most common thing to change is maybe the price range. Not everybody wants a price range of 1 to 100. It open for me. I'm seeing this. This is our new way of showing our filters, our sorry, all the definitions. So it opened for me. Coffee. I do it right in front of you. I will do it. Okay, click here. I'm not sure it says unreadable for you. Oops, hopefully I didn't shut down the room, guys. No. All right, a little bit of a move here for ALXO. Hey, Paul, if you're still in that G-Pack, it might get to 3 for you. Look at the market, guys. Wow, what a nice recovery. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting, which I'm saying no, not. Yeah, don't ask me, trade. 25. Why is the market going up? I don't follow. I mean, is it possible that there's a ceasefire? I really don't know. I really don't know. Might have been an overreaction, market going down this morning, especially with the oil. Take a look at XLE. No, XLE is still moving higher. Let me take a look at the sectors now, but this time changed from the open. Because remember, when we looked at it this morning, every single sector except for oil, the energy sector was below the change from yesterday's close. This is a different view now. So you can see since the open, okay, now energy has remained strong since the open also. It's, it was 100% of the stocks that make up XLE were above yesterday's close. 87% of them are above the open print of the day. So, energy has remained strong all day. And, when we look at technology and communications, when we looked at the change from the close, when again, we did this about 15 minutes before the market opened. I mean, there was virtually, I think it was 90% of the stocks were in red in both. But look at this since the open, communication stocks, 95% are green, 92% technology stocks are green. That you can just tell. Look at the NAS. But this, to me, this is sort of the interesting thing. I mean, sometimes you'll see a stock, you'll look at a sector and it could be very positive from yesterday's close, but when the market opens, it could drift down. Those stocks could still be above the close of yesterday, but getting weaker as the day progresses. But not energy. Energy has been strong all day. I wish you hadn't told me that, Steve. I wanted to take this AC. I have my alert set right here. I wanted to take it and I forgot to do it. Where can I go to subscribe to your market analysis and newsletter? We don't really have one. I don't have a newsletter. unless one was created. Did you see it somewhere, Trader Joe, or I'm not aware of having that we have one. Well, ALXP is actually now ALXO is giving me a nice little run for me. And Trader Joe, if you're talking about to my or the company, I don't have a market analysis or newsletter. If you're talking about me specifically, I don't have anything like that. I don't really analyze the market, believe it or not. Believe it or not. No, 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 not I don't, not at all. I mean, in the pre-market, all we do, we just take a look to see what's happening. I mean, I'm aware of obviously what the SPY is doing, what the overall market is doing, but I don't have analysis like where this is where I think the SPY is going to go, or this is where I think energy is going, or this is what I think. No, I don't do that because I'm an intraday trader, so I don't really care. Okay, guys. Well, okay, this Hub C, is that Israeli stock, right? The Israeli stock, yeah. So the Israeli stocks, wow, 217 million shares are traded, 33 in the float. That is a big float turnover. Remember, we used to see this one. I'm surprised it hasn't done a reverse split. 33.5 million in the float. That is a lot in the float for way sub. Well, it's getting closer to a dollar, but started out this morning at 23 cents. I guess all we should have done is just concentrated on the Israeli stocks. That made sense. Here's a new one, ADAG. I don't think I've seen this one today. ADAG, a cheap one, 187. What is it doing? It is looking so ugly on this 15-minute chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Just a real mess to try to trade, in my opinion. I have to click on it. I won't know it's a mess until I click on it and then I see the chart. Guys, I'm just looking at some of the emails we get. People trying to, in my opinion, overcomplicate trading, but that's my opinion, of course. One moment, please. All right. Well, I'd love to answer your question, Carl. Can you show me how to build an algorithm for the auto trade? Hmm. Okay, first of all, I'm not a big believer in auto trading, but if you are, so if you're going to auto trade, here's a couple of things, okay? You have to have either an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account in order to use that, because then you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus. So that's number one. If you don't have an interactive broker, so first of all, who is your broker, Carl? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Because if you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can't auto trade using Trade Ideas. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. If that's the case, then you can't auto trade. Okay, sorry. But I don't really believe in auto trading. But the you, you would have to create. I mean, we don't have strategies that you can auto trade. In other words, anybody who is a customer of ours that is auto trading has basically taken an idea, a scan, and they back tested it, and I think it back tests pretty well, and then they can auto trade it. We don't have like canned strategies that here you can auto trade this. I'd love to say we do. So when you say build an algorithm, even if you had interactive brokers or E-Trade, to answer your question, there's nothing I could say. You could, you start off with some kind of a scan. You put a price range in, a minimum volume. What is the scan looking for? Are you looking for an opening range break, a 15-minute opening range break, a 5-minute, some kind of an idea that you have, okay? And then you can back test it. And you would use this, right click. Um, oh, sorry, a minute. That's why. And you would use our back test strategy, okay? And I'm not going to go into it because there's no point in my really showing you. But backtesting the strategy, well, I'll backtest it. I'll just show you what it kind of looks like. This would look terrible, but I'll just show you what it looks like. So you backtest. So if I thought that this was a good, remember now, I do not auto trade. I don't never auto trade. I don't believe in auto trading. But okay, so but this if I thought, okay, let me auto trade this. If a stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is three, trading at least three times normal, minimum 100,000 shares, the volume of the last minute, 1,000% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high, what the backtester will do, it'll take every single occurrence. And you have a start time, and all of this is in the guide, okay? Oh, you need a trade ID subscription, absolutely. And either Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Okay, and then this is the back tester. Okay, and you have a start time, you can have an end time, you have timed exits, risk management. This is why it's very involved. Okay, it's very involved. And then, I mean, I'll just run it like this. Okay, just for fun, I'll just run it like this, and you go simulate buy, and it's going to. Now this is going to really be slow because I'm running all sorts of things. Usually, you don't usually do this during the market hours. Okay, I don't even know. Yeah, this might not even, because it's a lot of processing has to happen. So it may not happen, but what you would see eventually is you would see some kind of a equity curve. More than likely, it would probably be. I'll try it one more time just to see. I'm surprised. Usually, at least it starts. There we go. Okay, well, that was actually pretty quick. So it ran through 1,003 trades. Okay, so what that's telling me is that over the last, and I think I did it for 3 months. Over the last 3 months, there were 1,003 occurrences of all those filter values being met and a stock making a new high for the day. That would be your equity curve. Obviously, terrible. Okay, terrible. Had a little spike one day probably, and then after that, terrible. Starting equity size $50,000. So now you see, if this had been okay, like reasonable, like maybe even if it just been kind of flat, but maybe a little bit high, moving so you're in positive. Then you can go into things called the optimization, and then you can start analyzing, saying, okay, what price range? What price range maybe should I not trade? Because it seems that that price range is just terrible. Or what price range without curve fitting too much, if you understand what I'm talking about. So you might look at a price range that you want. You might look at time of day. Maybe there's a much better time of day to do all this in that particular strategy. But you can see what I mean. You have to do all that. We're not doing it for you. You have to come up with a strategy. You have to run through an optimization procedure. We have many other filters you can use, but it gets really complicated. Okay, and I would say the majority of our customers do not do that. Okay, so I'm not trying to completely dissuade you, but you're trying to run, you're trying, and then the other part is that you may in fact optimize a strategy so that it looked good to you. Good look, had a decent equity curve and all that, and maybe it runs not too badly for 2 or 3 or 4 days, and then all of a sudden the fifth day it's terrible, and the sixth day it's terrible. What happens is that you probably then you'd have to go back into your strategy and start tweaking it again, running through the optimization again, maybe having to change, maybe for whatever reason after 4 or 5 days that price range isn't the best, the time of day isn't the best, the minimum volume isn't the best, things like that. So again, this is a super advanced topic. Most of our customers do not do it. So again, I'm not trying to completely dissuade you, but if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. Wait. Okay, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back. And I'll answer your question regarding switching between biggest gainers and losers and your channel for a question. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, so channel 4, it may be available here. I know it's an old channel name. I have no idea if it's still available. You must have looked at an old video. You can see in the channel bar. I don't know. Now, this is not the doc channel bar. Okay, so let me see if it's still available. I don't think it's still available. Yeah. So I wouldn't worry about it. I think what happened, they created all these different channels, and a lot of them were overlapping. So they got rid of a lot of channels. So it's just not available anymore. Okay, Michael. I don't even know. I can't even remember what it was. I'll be honest, it was a stupid name. So I can't even remember what it was looking for, but it was hardly used, so they got rid of it. Okay, so John Ian Rutherford. Okay, so in order to see the AI alerts, if you click, hopefully, if you're using our downloadable application as opposed to the web-based version. So from our toolbar, if you click on New and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? Premium AI Strategy Trades window. When you do that, oops, when you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. So did you follow that? Make sure you follow that. So from the toolbar, click on New, right after File, click on New, and then go down to where it says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Not to be confused with the one just above it, the Trades window. This is all you really have to see. Okay? This will tell you the time of the alert. You don't have, I actually did my video today on this PEV. You'll have a stop price. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay? John, did that? So when you say a scan library available, what do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean a scan, like a library of all of the scans that have ever been created? If that's the case, no. There'd be thousands upon thousands upon thousands. We have scans here, from our toolbar. If you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, there are scans in each one of these in each one of these theme-based channels. And of course, I'm sharing my scans, but you know, no, we don't go into each individual user's account and then extracts all the scans they've got and then put it in one gigantic. It'd be like there'd be thousands and thousands of scans. So, John, did that help you? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Did that help? Or the topping tails on LMT could be a suggestion. I haven't seen LMT. LMT. Let's take a look at LMT. Well, they're hard. They're not really. I guess it depends on what time frame you're looking at. I don't really see a whole bunch of topping tails for LMT. Not big ones anyway. I see one at the last candle, but the previous one is not a big one. So it really depends, I guess, on the time frame you're looking at. I don't see a bunch of topping tails yet for LMT. Not significant to me. That doesn't mean it's not doesn't mean it's not going to drip down from here, but hmm, I wonder if Sean can hear me. All right, guys. Well, You should only hear one person. There's only one person here, John, who's talking. Do you have something else going on? Like I'm the only moderator now, unless you are like listening to something else at the same time. But if you're talking about this in the YouTube room you're in, I'm the only moderator, so there is nobody else talking. So when you say where to put stops, so are you just talking generally where to put a stop, or are you talking specifically, like with the AI? Because the AI generates a stop automatically. Okay. When you get an alert, there's a stop automatically generated. So there's nothing for you to do there with the AI. As far as as far as putting stops now, are you talking now generally when you take a trade, where to put a stop? Well, you're going to ask me questions, and when you say get help with the software, first of all, are you a new trader? Are you brand new to trading? Number one, because if you're new to trading, the software is great, but it does require that you have some knowledge of trading. So when you ask a question, you hope you can get some help with the software. I mean, I can try to help, but it all depends what you mean to help with the software. One of the things I don't know if you did the 10. I don't know if you did the 10 steps. Before you start, just to get yourself somewhat familiar with what the software is all about. Because it is obviously it's a software program. So I just put a link in my homepage link, and if you click on it, at the very top is the getting started. I don't know if you've already done that. You do the get started and it'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, layout styles, but important introduction to scans. I mean, that's the software really. I mean, scanning and introduction to scans and top list windows and alert windows. If you haven't done this already, do yourself a favor and do that, because otherwise, this is the basic knowledge that you have just, in order to understand what trade ideas is all about. It's not long. It's only going to take you, I mean, you may not have to do the download and install in your first startup and login. You might already be there, but even, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. But again, this is a program that if you've never traded before, I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay. So it's not just because you create a scan and you get an idea, you don't necessarily trade it. Okay. It's an idea. The next step is to click on the alert and check to see what's happening on the chart. But if you don't know how to do any of that, then I suggest you take a look at Trading 101. It's a free series of videos that is, basically for people who have no trading experience or very little. Because before you can commit money to the market, you have to have some trading experience. Well, thank you, Perfect Circle. I never thought of that. I don't know if that's the reason. Oh, I don't think your GPAC's going to hit 3. Look at the Dow. Look at the move in the Dow, guys. Now up 200. NASA's up 54. But the Dow, what a move in the Dow. So we're going to have back-to-back green, unless the market just falls apart in the last hour and 40 minutes. So here's our SPY. So far, October hasn't been too bad compared to September. As we've said over and over and over again, September is the worst month historically for the market. And you can see, look at this, 4 red bars. And now we're getting 2 green bars for October. Now, this is the first day. I get it. It's only the first day. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so now you're live. Okay, now, yeah, it must have been incredibly confusing for you. So let's see now. So your original question was, how do I see the AI alerts? Or I'm a premium, you said you're a premium subscriber. So if you can follow along now, so from your toolbar, click on new. Okay, click on new. And then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Hopefully you can see my screen. You can see what I'm pointing at. When you click on that, this is what you're going to see. Only 3 alerts today from the AI. You'll have an entry time. Obviously, well, I should say obviously, but the L is for going long, the S is for going short. So 3 trades, 3 alerts. Here was your entry, suggested entry for PEV. You have a stop. So when you asked about a stop, it's automatically created. Okay. So I mean, this one worked out. This one would have been a pretty good one. Other 2 not so good, but this one. But we don't talk about auto trading at all. Well, we talk about it, but I don't. I don't agree with it. But I did my video on this one, the PEV, because here was the alert. There was the time of the alert at 9:46. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you can see there's a blue arrow there. You also see in the y-axis a 129. So that was the alert. Well, look what happened afterwards. It actually drifted down, not horribly, but down to 121. In other words, it gave you about 45 minutes easily, even an hour, before you had to make up your mind. If you didn't like the way this was trading, And then here at 11 o'clock. So what is that? That is, an hour and 15 minutes later when it really took off. So, I think people get very hung up on with the AI that, oh my gosh, I missed this one. I never, it popped 2 cents on me. How am I going to take the trade? Well, a lot of times, you have all sorts of time to analyze, do I want to take the trade or not? So in this particular, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be this dramatic. That was a long time before you could have taken the trade. But that's what the AI is all about. You have a stop, you have an entry, time. It's just automatically generated. There's nothing for you to do. Okay. And to load this window again, it's just new. And then premium AI strategy trades window. And then you can leave this window, make it part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas tomorrow, assuming it's before the earliest alert you'll ever get will be 9:40. Okay, 9:40. That'd be the earliest alert. That's Eastern time. You got nothing in the pre-market, so that's the earliest alert you get. So my suggestion to anybody with the AI is just have this window as part of your layout. When you load trade ideas, before at 9:30 even, this window will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them is up to you. So when you said where to put stops, this is automatically generated. So does that kind of make sense, John? And what you're seeing here, these are my scans. Okay, this is what I like to see. Okay, it doesn't have to be, of course, what you like to see. The whole idea of trade ideas, you don't. If you want my scans, I'm sharing all my scans all the time. You can create your own scans. We have a lot of scans here. You've got new doc channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans in here. And again, if I don't know what level of trading expertise you have. If you're new to trading, I would suggest that again, if you click on my homepage link, put it in again. If you click on my homepage link, and then this trading one, you'll be up here, this trading 101. Okay. This is a series of videos. I mean, it starts off very, very basic. First video is what is a stock? Okay. So, but it's a series of videos. It's all free. Anybody else who's listening, you know what? It's 2:27. I may as well just go over my homepage like I normally do around this time anyway. So if you do want to, if anybody out there wants to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. If you want 25% off, I can get you a better discount. Okay. But that it's only if you want to take out an annual. So again, there's the getting started. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes. They sort of ran over the trading 101, a series of videos that if you're new or looking for a refresher course on trading. This is, I think, great for you guys. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. So, I mean, if you're looking for things, you're starting out, we've got this user guide, and the user guide got a lot of stuff in it. You don't have to learn every aspect of trade ideas, but there's the getting started. But you want to know more about what an alert window is all about, or a top list window is all about, or stock racing, how to set a price alert on a chart. Again, you don't have to learn everything. I mean, it's like any other software program. Lots of stuff you don't have to know. And then last, here are my scans that I am sharing. So again, if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down till you get to the center section. You click here. These are the scans that I'm sharing. Oops. Okay, what I use in the pre-market, these are the gappers in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. The momentum scan here. So again, you can pick and choose. The abnormal option activity scan is right here. Momentum scan is here. But again, this is all designed for my style of trading, of course. And as always, if you want to take out, if you're intending to take out a subscription or you're not sure, but you know, in the future, all I ask is save my homepage link and use whatever promo code you're going to see on my homepage. This helps the room immensely. This is a free room and we'd like to keep it that way. Okay. So what I've described really, John, is the downloadable version. Okay. Now all the scans that I have sharing, if you're using the web-based version, you can use, yes, you can use any one of those scans in the web-based version. Are you using the web-based version? The only reason to use the web-based version, I mean, if you can use the downloadable app, 100% of the time, do that. Okay. The web-based version is usually for people, maybe they're trying to do something on a tablet or they have a Mac. Okay. But if you've got a PC and you're wondering, well, should I use the web-based version or the downloadable application? Always use the downloadable application. It's more robust. But everything I did say is available on the web-based version. Okay. Yeah, going forward, definitely use the download. Yeah, John, definitely. How many monitors do you have? Well, I mean, if you're just starting out, I mean, I'm sure anything that's brand new is confusing. There's no question. But that's why we're here. You can ask questions at noon, between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room that you're in. Another trader takes over for me. You can ask them questions too. 5 days of the week, we have 5 different traders that take over. We all have different styles of trading. So 2 monitors. So yeah, so if you got 2 monitors, so for instance, with the web-based version, it's not easy to do something like this. Take something and put it on another monitor. In fact, you can't do it really. So if you got 2 monitors, definitely use the downloadable application. And are you new to trading? Also, are you kind of new to trading? I should go over this a lot more. I know I say that every single day, but before you start trading, if you're new to trading, before you start trading, you should use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, and all you need is our standard service. Yeah, you can get help with the software here. Yep. I mean, but the one thing I will say, I mean, you have to do that getting started though. Okay, you have to know at least a little bit about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Those are the two main windows that we've got. So just to familiarize yourself with what the software can do. Well, let's just take this trade. I'm just going to take 500 shares just to do it. Okay, took 500 shares at DRS at 1780. Okay, well, the AI. So as long as you remember what I said, or you can do it right now. Okay, click on new. Once you do the download, I don't know if you've already done it, but click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. Okay, there are only 3 alerts today. And then all you do is you incorporate this window as part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas tomorrow, most people do some pre-market work, but even if you load it at 9:30 Eastern time when the market opens, this window will be blank. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And how you trade them will be up to you. I mean, but they'll generate the alerts. You have a stop, the entry price. Okay. Now we do have another trading room, John. You might even want to come over here. Anthony's asking for it. So there are actually 2 trading rooms, okay? The YouTube room is simple to get into. It's just not as much interaction amongst traders, okay? The other trading room, they see my screen, they hear me also, but they're just more traders in there exchanging ideas. This looks like this. You have different tabs or general market talk, specific stocks only. I just put the link in. So you can come over to what I call the main trading room. I monitor both rooms, of course, but if you're interested in interacting with other traders, much more so than happens in the YouTube room, I would recommend you come over to the main trading room. And what happens is I usually take off at around 3 Eastern, and then the main trading room, I have to shut down the YouTube room, but the main trading room is open till 4. Somebody else keeps it open till 4. You won't see the screen and nobody will be moderating, but you can still at least exchange ideas until 4 o'clock if you want to. I say after 3 if there are more questions and stuff, but I open the rooms I open the main room, as I call it, the main room is open no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. I get on the mic at 9 and share my screen starting at 9, but the main room is actually open at 8 o'clock or earlier, but no later than 8. So again, you can come in and exchange ideas with other traders before I get on the mic. I don't know, Michael Anthony. Does it look good? I don't know. What do you think? SBSW, Sabanier Gold, isn't it? Sabanier. Yeah, I stay away from. So when you say look good, for what? I mean, it's popped up. I know a lot of the gold stocks have popped up today, but this has been in a deep downtrend. This is South Africa. I know they had some problems a while back, but I'm not a gold player. I'm not an energy player. Okay, because I just find they're just too tied to the sectors. But if you think this looks good, well, I mean, upside. The next high is $6 from 571. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I'm just not a gold, precious metal, or energy player because they're just too tied to what's happening in the overall sector. But unless the stock within those two sectors has some really specific information about itself or news about itself, I just, I just see, here we go. I mean, shares of precious metal stocks are trading higher amid strength in safe haven assets due to the Israeli Hamas conflict. Okay, so there you go. But if all of a sudden there's a, I don't know, a ceasefire or something else happens, this will all come back down. I just don't. That's just not what I like trading. But I'm not saying that's not a bad thing to trade. But well, it's got to get through this. You got to get through six first. Okay, so the question is how to understand the position and lifetime range. So think of this as being a nice big bar. 100% is at the top and 0% is at the bottom. Okay, so a stock is always so. If a stock's high, all-time high was $100, and let's pretend that its all-time low was zero. Okay, then if it was at $50, that would be 50% of its lifetime range, as an example. Okay, it just it just takes the percentage. So if the high was 100 and the low was almost zero, and the stock was sitting at $50, that'd be 50% of its lifetime range. Okay, that makes sense. So a stock that is, down in the lower, like almost when it's at 0%, that means it's at the low of its lifetime range. So let's take a look at some other stocks. So here, this ACXP is at 27%. Okay, so it's at the low end of its lifetime range. Lower end. It's in the almost the bottom quarter of its lifetime range. So if we could see, if I had a monthly chart up and running, I'd have to back it out a lot more. Bad example. Well, not a bad example, but there it looks like its lifetime high was 872, and it's at 30. This might have done some reverse splits. Let me find I don't know, something else like Apple. Okay, we'll find Apple. So Apple, 89%. So this looks like this was the all-time high up here, 198, probably. It looks like the all-time high up here. So you can see at 89%, it's within, if we looked at the low, the all-time low and the all-time high, it's in that it's within 10% in the range. Now that's why you always hear me in the when I'm doing my pre-market work and a stock is being hammered down, I'll always look to see where is it in the position lifetime range. And sometimes you'll see a negative number. The reason why is because it's always looking left to see, the previous days. So if today, I know it's hard to understand maybe a little bit, but if today, if that were a negative number or even a positive number, like over 100%, that just means because it's looking left to see where the actual highs were. And if today was above, so let's say if today was above, if Apple actually got above 190, what you'd see is in the position and range, it would probably say like 101%. That's because it's not counting today in the actual, well, it's counting it. I hope I'm explaining this correctly. It looks back to see the lifetime high, and then if today it's above it, the lifetime high, it'll express that in like like 100.1% or 101%. Tomorrow, tomorrow, of course, if today's high of Apple was 191 or something, then that will be the new lifetime high, of course. And then tomorrow, if it were a little bit below that, it would show you that it's just a little bit below the lifetime high. All right, guys. So market is, I've got another 15 minutes or so for me in the room. So good time to ask questions if you have any questions. I wish this were a little earlier in the day because this one is now doing one of those daily reversals. Now, the only issue is there's the two, actually, yeah, this is PHG out of the Netherlands. Yeah. So again, what this scan is looking for, and look how only 3 alerts today in this scan. Okay, only 3. And what it's looking for is a stock that was beaten up the day before, and then it has to be above yesterday's high and moving, or it was way up the day before, and then it's below yesterday's high or low and moving down. And if it's in light blue, that means a suggestion to go long. And if it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. Okay, guys, so you can see this little one I took in the simulator, the DRS, 500 shares, up $50 approximately. This now you can see 99.3% in the lifetime range. So probably right over here, what are we now? 1790. 1796 is the lifetime high right over there. So you can see why that percent is almost 100%. If you look at the DRS, it's almost 100% because, and if it got up to this, if it got up to this price, it would be right at 100%. And if it gets above that price, you will see like 101% or something like that. Well, okay, you don't have to use. You see, what happens here is that it has to take the high of the day out. Okay, that's now. If you didn't care about that, you could, because this is, remember the what it's doing. Let me just so I mean, if you want to adjust this sort of a scan, you can, of course, but you're right. It looks like it's run a long ways because it's got to be in the position in yesterday's range. It's got to be above it. If you don't want that, put that at 50 or some other number. So it is reversing, but it doesn't have to take out yesterday's high as an example. I prefer to see it take out yesterday's high, but that's up to you. Or you could take this out in its entirety and just leave everything in the same. 100, yeah. When it's at position in previous day's range, in the min, if it says 100, that means has to be at least at yesterday's high. So you're absolutely right. So if you want to find, if you want to see PHG earlier, down here, you could. The problem is it may not keep. I mean, I always think, the break of the previous day high. Yeah, it'll be halfway. So if the high here was, let's make the math super simple. If the high was 18 and the low was 17, you'd see it at 1750. Now you're going to get more alerts, but that's up to you. You see that red line on the monthly chart and the daily chart and on the 15-minute chart? That signifies the next high looking left on the daily chart. And that looks like 1796. So that is the all-time high. 1796 is the all-time high for DRI. You can see it 99.4%. So it's almost at the lifetime high. It's lifetime high. Now hasn't been around that long, because the position in the 2-year range is about the same. So these are hotkeys. Again, if you want to practice trading, which I, really, really, really recommend before you commit money to the market. So if I were in a series of trades here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of. Then I would flatten it, or I could get out of half, or I could double my position. Okay. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it turns into a swing trade. In other words, I'll have it up and running tomorrow, and I can keep it in as long as I want, as long as I think the trade's working in terms of a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Use our simulator. It's pretty simple. You just click on Sim underneath the Brokerage Plus. You'll see there are a couple of options. One says Live, one says Sim for simulation paper trading. Click on Sim. Well, first it'll say not connected, more than likely. When you load Brokerage Plus, then click on Sim. Now it'll either change to the simulator immediately, depends on the version of trade ideas that you're running. And if it says account, just click on it, and then the box will pop up, simulated trading default, and click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Now you're good to go. And it's simple. Just click on an alert. The symbol shows up in the box. You click on that blank box there. There is where you can actually type in the absolute the number of shares you want to trade, or we've got some predetermined ones. And there's your bid ask. The only extra step is you click on buy and then you send it. I'm hoping that this goes to 18 just to show you how this will now change to a little bit over 100%. See now, remember it was at 99.6, now it's at 99.8%. It's lifetime high. Did it? Did DRS have, well, it looks like it must have. Leonardo DRS onboard vehicle power system shines in major U.S. Army evaluation. So there was the news for DRS. I don't really remember seeing it in the pre-market. It must. I know why, because in my pre-market scanner, the stock has to be up at least 3% or down 3% for me to see it. And you can see right there, there's that tan area is the pre-market, and it obviously was not up or down 3% for Friday's close. So I didn't see this at all. And I didn't really, well, I think we just seen it in the option activity, but not till pretty late, 1772. And if you're saying, well, why don't we see it earlier? You can. What we have to do is relax some of the filter values in here so that, yes, something like this would show up. The problem is, as I say every single time, for every DRS that does this, you may get a bunch of them that do absolutely nothing. And so you're more inundated with all sorts of alerts, and you miss the really good one because you have so many other ones you have to click on. So there's always a trade-off, guys. Again, somebody will say, well, I want to see this earlier. No problem. And create a scan for you to see anything, really. But just have to understand that you'll see perhaps a lot more stocks that don't do this, have the nice follow through that this one did. There we go. See how that changed now. 100.3%. I wanted it to change. 100.3%. And that's because the lifetime high was 1796. So now it's at 1799. So it's just a little bit above, because it's looking back to see where the lifetime high was. It doesn't count today other than in the updating. Because otherwise you say, well, how can anything be above the lifetime high? 100% is 100%. Well, hopefully that's it. Hopefully that makes sense in terms of explanation. So let's take a look at some of the ones from the 10-day daily breakout. Obviously the ACX, like these are these little oil plays, okay? I mean, I would have discounted them a little bit anyway, but anyway, I mean, let's take a look. 933 was the alert, 416. What did it get up to? Got up to 427. Yeah. This one obviously was tremendous. Had an alert ACXP at 1104. The alert price was 257 before it did, pull back at all. It got up to 331 from 257. That's tremendous. The this one 260, the PRZO. Very choppy, not easy. It's certainly not easy. But if you got it around 260, it did get up to 280, not bad. And the Husa and the Indo are almost the same. These are these two little oil plays that kind of trade together. Yeah, big left. Yeah, I see it. AMC. Be interesting to see what happens around 10 if it can get there. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, so I'll keep the YouTube room open just a little bit longer. I'll put in the link to get into the main room. William will keep the main room open until 4 o'clock Eastern time. So there's the link again to get into the main room. Okay, so I will. You know what, Michael? I'll let somebody answer that. I mean, you ask every day about REI and CTRA. Okay, they're oil plays. You've already heard my feeling about oil plays. Okay, and well, at least this one is in energy. So I mean, what do you want me to say? Seriously? Oh, but you ask in the other room all the time about REI and CTRA. What do you want me to say about these? I mean, they're ugly, in my opinion. I know you're somewhat fixated on them. I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you. I mean, to me, they're just ugly little things. Well, if you've never asked about them, I apologize. Okay, this is ugly. In CTRA, I mean, it popped because of oil popping. Okay. In CTRA, another energy coming into probably a lot of resistance up here. At least this one is not one of the ones you typically ask about, which are very cheap ones that really don't do too much. Obviously, had a great 3 days. I don't know, anything happened, but coming into, in my opinion, a lot of resistance in the daily chart, not that far away. Okay, guys, muting myself now. So thanks, William.